PE that oftentimes wasn't there before.
Before I joined, I would sit in a corner. I was a very quiet kid, and being in Unified, it has definitely brought me out of my shell.
I like playing basketball with Libya and like playing soccer with you too.
It helped me to open up, then have a lot of fun.
I would definitely recommend to anyone in other schools to take this class if they had the opportunity.
I know I'm asking a lot, but yeah, because then if oh, we're live. Oh, I'm warming up. Okay, we're halfway through. Okay. We got a pretty good crowd here still at midnight, which is kind of shocking, but there's been quite a few Jell-O shots and a few other things. So this group is ready to go. So what's the temperature, like 60 degrees? It's like
71.
Oh, I thought it was 60. So we're halfway through, and we have to comply with the Mount Pleasant noise ordinance. So Dr. Dish is still being used, but Sanchez is going to pass. And she's a really good passer. Okay? So give me one more warm-up. So this is a warm-up. One more. Look at that pass. Perfect. One more warm-up. Okay, now we're ready. Okay, here we go. 1. 1. 2. 3. 4. No. 4. Nope. 4. 5. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36, thank you. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. Oh, dang, 54. I always know when I miss it. I can tell. 55. Yep. 55. No. 55. Ugh. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 'Good job, thanks, guys. Good job, Sanchez. Sanchez puts it right on the money. Okay, next. You're going to want to pay attention to this if you're awake, because Jabbar Hassan is one of my favorite Special Olympic athletes from Houston. He is a really interesting dude. He's on the autism spectrum. He's a lover of basketball, and he can talk NBA, WNBA, college, anything you want. Here's Jabbar.
Welcome to the show, my man Jabbar Hassan, coming all the way from Houston, one of our favorite Special Olympic athletes. What's going on, man?
It's pretty good. I just completed my season playing basketball for the Spring Charging Cheetahs this year.
Oh, yeah? What's that logo look like? Spring Charging Cheetahs. Is that like a cheetah on your logo?
Yes.
Yeah. How much do you love basketball, Jabbar?
I love basketball so much. I have a lot of history with all the players that I grew up since 1991.
I get so much social media from you, and you love talking about hoops. You're one of my favorite basketball people to talk about and talk to. What's your favorite thing about basketball?
Every summer, I always watch them women's hoops because I just had fun watching the whole season with Caitlin Clark last year. But now Paige Beckers is here. Her and Caitlin gonna take the WNBA to the next level.
It's going to be so fun to watch, right? Have you ever been to a game?
I've never been to a WNBA game, but I might go one day when I take a trip somewhere.
Or when Houston gets a franchise back, that could happen too, right?
Oh, yes. The Comets will be back.
I believe they'll be back too. So is basketball your favorite sport to play?
Yes, it is. It's my favorite sport that time of year when I practice with my team.
I love it. What you're going to do during the summer?
Oh, I'm gonna be doing Topgolf this summer. I just started doing Topgolf last year.
Wow, that's fun. You like playing golf too?
Yes, I just watched the videos of Topgolf, people playing there prior to this season. When my Special Olympics Texas said they gonna have a new sport to play on.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I love that makes me smile every time I think about you is how much you follow the game. Like, you do study hoops. You're watching TV, watching the NBA, watching college. Who are some of your
even I
favorite
just heard about your son Patrick shined during Thanksgiving week when you and Beth Mowins had the assignment to watch the Louisville in the Thanksgiving Day game at Battle for Atlantis.
Did you see
And I
that?
saw it.
You watched me and Patrick and Beth when he got in the game. You saw him make the free throws?
Yes, it was so cute. It was so cute. Your son is doing wonderful in the college game.
He is, Jabbar. He's glad to know that he has a fan like you. You know what I was thinking when he went to the free throw line to shoot free throws? I was thinking, I hope he hits the rim.
Yeah, I hope he shoots it perfectly when he used the glass as his friend.
He did. He did shoot it perfectly. What are some of the things that you like to do around basketball? Like, I know you have a lot of friends that you play with, and I know you like to socialize, and you always have such a great spirit about you. Tell us why you love to play so much.
I love to play for the love of the game so much. When basketball is like close to my heart, and everything I do, I always watch both leagues, the NCAA and the NBA, even the WNBA, because I am truly a fan at heart.
I know you are, Jabbar. You're not kidding. As much as you hit me up on social media with all the different combinations of people you like to see and your people that you cheer for, who's your favorite player right now in the WNBA?
Right now, the player that I want to see is Brittany Griner, because she's a close Houstonian in my heart because she just got signed to the Atlanta Dream this year.
She did. When you look at the rosters in the WNBA, what are some of the moves across the rosters that you like besides Brittany Griner going from Phoenix to Atlanta?
Well, the most empowering story that I just heard from the Washington Mystics, Elena Del Don just called in her retirement.
She did.
And I was like feeling sad because she was doing so good in the prior seasons to this year.
Well, we're definitely going to miss her. She's also been a global ambassador for Special Olympics. She loves Special Olympics. Did you know that about her?
Yeah, I looked her up when Special Olympics announced it that she was going to be a brand new partner to our thing, because it was going to be awesome that Elena Del Don's going to be around for eternity and stuff like that.
What else are you interested in the WNBA?
But I would like to see the conferences go back to normal for the All-Star game, like a East versus West, because at this time of rate, the expansion's going to be like growing and growing.
Yeah, it's
because
exciting.
Portland and Toronto are going to be the next two teams coming in next season.
Are you sure you don't work for the commissioner? Because you are a really good PR guy. You know all the news.
Yeah, I should have had a job with Commissioner Engelbert, but I'm more like a Adam Silver type of guy.
You know what? If I get a chance to tell Coach or Kathy Engelbert or Adam Silver about you, I'm going to tell them, because they want to know that they have a big fan that follows the league and all the moves around the league like you do. What do you think about the NBA playoffs?
The playoffs is wonderful. I just saw the game one matchup between Denver and the Clippers. It was a good battle between Harden and Westbrook.
Didn't Kawhi have a big night?
Oh, he just had a good night in game one that Saturday.
I think the playoffs are so physical. What do you think?
The playoffs is it's like a storytelling. I just saw like Memphis and Oklahoma City. They just toured a good story on that one, because Oklahoma City blew them out in the first game.
They were up by 50 in the third quarter.
Yeah, Ja Morant and company was feeling down when they were getting blown out.
What do you think about the Knicks?
Yeah, New York, they've been back for a long time. I believe Karl Anthony Towns has a perfect chance to make it to the end and win the finals, because New York haven't won since 1973. Wow.
What about the Cleveland Cavaliers? We're big fans of Donovan Mitchell in our house.
Oh, Spider. Oh yeah, he has a 80% chance to make it to the second round when they demolish the Miami Heat.
So what do you think is going to happen if Cleveland and Boston meet?
Oh, they're gonna renew that rivalry since the days of LeBron James. I'm sure Tatum and Spider will meet up in the playoffs. That would be a good battle to see. Definitely a good battle.
Jabbar, what about on the West Coast with the Luka trade? What do you think about Luka Doncic getting traded from the Mavs to the Lakers?
Yeah, Dallas fans was so mad because they didn't want that trade to be successful. But I know LeBron gonna help Luka win his first title since they lost in the finals last year. Yeah. But Luka, he's gonna bring a championship to Los Angeles ever since that fire happened earlier this season.
Yeah, that fire was really sad. Are you picking the Lakers to win the whole thing?
I say it's gonna be Lakers and a Western Conference Finals matchup with any of the top seeds in the West.
What do you think about Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors?
I say Curry gonna try to bring his last championship before he calls in his retirement because he was so good for this generation. I say Jimmy Butler will be like sticking around after when Curry gets retired.
Jabbar, man, you got the whole thing like a talk show, man. You could do your own NBA talk show, don't you think?
Yeah, I should go for Malika Andrews' job because I should go there and do that
You would be
because
great at that job.
Ramona Shelburne,
Yeah.
she's pretty good. Even my boy Kendrick Perkins with his top 5 list. I always watch NBA Today at 2 p.m. because that show is so good when you have Kendrick Perkins. But if I had my own show, I would have you and Beth Mowins and Victoria Arlen as my co-host. That would have been great.
I can see it right now. I know why you like Victoria Arlen because she's covered Special Olympics for a long time, and she's been a big fan of Special Olympics. Have you met her?
No, I haven't met her yet, but I watched her documentary that 30 for 30. It was that Locked In story.
I need to watch that. I haven't seen it yet. Do you recommend it?
Yeah, I recommend that watching 30 for 30 so you can like get to know sports history and everything like that.
Okay, what about Beth Mowins? You're always asking me about Beth Mowins. I want to know why you like Beth Mowins.
Yeah, Bev, she is a good play-by-play announcer. Her voice can tell you why she can make that magic happen. But I heard she didn't get assigned to any of the NBA playoffs this year, but she did one last year. I think it was like Brooklyn and Philly during the playoffs last year.
You know what? I don't remember which one, but she didn't do any NBA this year. She spent her time in the college game, and she's working on softball right now. Beth Mowins and I next season will be 30 years working together in the college basketball space. What do you think about that? 30 years.
Oh, congratulations. That is wonderful. And it's also next year is going to be the 30th anniversary of ESPN telecasting the WNBA.
There you go. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's awesome. That is a big milestone.
30 years sitting next to Beth Mowins calling games. It's been pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, we enjoy it. We enjoy it a lot. Why is Special Olympics so important to you, Jabbar?
Special Olympics is very important to me because I always want to make friends and play the game of life in this world. Because every time I play basketball with my friends, I always choose a jersey number that I wanted to represent. Just last year, I almost had number 25 in honor of Monica Czinano.
Wow.
But they gave me number 24 for basketball that season.
Who did you represent number 24? Who represented 24?
Kobe Bryant.
There you go. So you went from Monica Czinano to Kobe Bryant.
Oh, yeah.
How many basketball jerseys do you have?
I got a lot. I just recently got like Aaron Gordon during the time when he had a Orlando Magic jersey.
Oh, wow.
But now he is now in Denver wearing number 32 in honor of his brother that passed away.
Wow, that's amazing that you know that. What other jerseys do you have?
I have the number 1 John Wall when he was with the Rockets. I never had his Wizards jersey yet. I'm in the hunt for getting that.
Do you have 20 jerseys or do you have 50 jerseys? How many?
I got 20 jerseys that I got inside my closet.
Yeah,
I always put them out one at a time to watch a NBA or a college game. but I'm gonna get like a college jerseys like this year for my birthday. I might have to get a Caitlin Clark and a Monica Shinano and a Elizabeth Kitley and a Angel Reese jerseys for my birthday.
When is your birthday?
This October. I'll be 34 this fall.
Well, I'm putting it out there right now. If anybody who's listening or watching wants to help Jabbar get one of those jerseys, reach out to me because I know how to find my guy. And I don't want to put your address and all your information out on this live stream, but I know how to help you. If somebody wants to help you, Jabbar, reach out to me. I will help make sure that happens. So I'm putting that out there in the universe for you.
Yep, because college basketball is going to be coming up real quick after the kickoff to the NCAA football.
What do you think about the transfer portal, Jabbar?
Yeah, a lot of players going in the transfer portal. It was crazy. It was madness. Even it was like up to the level that the NCAA final between Houston and Florida, it was terrific.
Did you like watching that? Your guys lost, though. I'm sorry that Houston lost.
Yeah, we almost had that game won in the bag. It was almost a tale of two halves.
Did you watch Houston play in the first and second round against SIEU and Gonzaga?
Yes, I did. I watched all the way until the Houston Duke game. It was the one that Cooper Flagg was going to make his decision about staying in Duke or go to the NBA. And I'm glad he just verbally announced that Cooper Flagg is going to the NBA.
Did you know that I called those games on CBS and on Turner?
Oh, yeah, I heard your voice in that game.
You heard me?
And I also watched the Louisville game in the tournament. Your son was shining bright in the tournament. It was awesome.
You're so kind, Jabbar. You always have nice things to say. Let me ask you, do you ever have a bad day? Because every time I talk to you, man, you got a big smile on your face.
Well, I never had any bad games when I was playing basketball. I just play my heart out. I play my heart and soul out in that game.
Do you shoot till your arm falls off, like I like to say on TV?
Oh yes, I'm wearing it right now. Shoot till your arm falls off. I'm wearing that Team Antonelli shirt right now today.
Let me see. We can't see it. Put your camera down a little bit. Let me see. We can't see it. Move your camera down just a little bit on your. There you go. NBA. You got it on underneath?
Oh yes.
There we go. Team Antonelli. I see. Shoot till your arm falls off, buddy. You got it on.
Yep.
Hey, I love it.
Yep. That's why I'm representing Team Antonelli since your son shined bright in the regular season and the tournament. I hope he makes his way to the NBA.
Yeah, me too. That'd be kind of cool if he did, but I don't know if he's going to make the NBA. He might coach in the NBA one day. How about that?
That dream works too.
That does work. You're right. Well, Jabbar, you are such a thrill to be around. It is so fun to talk hoops with you. We should do this more often.
Oh yeah, I'll be back next year.
I know you will. We'll be glad to have you back.
And I'll be ready for the NCAA women's hoops this year. Because there's no telling, some good players might go to Toronto or Portland when the expansion drafts happen.
I hope Houston gets a city or franchise just because of you.
Oh, yes.
Thank you for doing this with us. We're so grateful for your time.
Oh, yeah. It was a wonderful time, Debbie.
We love ballers, and you're a flat-out baller, my man. You know how to hoop it up, bud.
Yeah, I'm going to hoop it up next year for basketball when basketball rolls back around for Special Olympics.
We can't wait to hear all about it, Jabbar. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you.
Right in the heart of Clemson, South Carolina, there's a hotel unlike any other. It has all the traditional aspects, a beautiful lobby, charming rooms, but it's the staff that makes this place different. 30% of the people who work there have disabilities.
One of the things that we're trying to do is they can. Instead of that one kid bagging groceries in your local town, there's so much more that we can do. And then the guests who come in through the Shepherd Hotel's doors actually see it. And our desire is that they leave saying, wow, maybe I can go back to my town and maybe look at these individuals as an employment possibility.
In our industry, we often talk about being authentic or creating authentic experiences. And we certainly have that opportunity with the old fire station in the Vista in Columbia, South Carolina. At Raines Company, we're truly passionate about building hotels, designing unique properties, and creating jobs. But when I learned about the Shepherd mission of operating a hotel and employing individuals with disabilities, I began to understand the impact and what it can mean to truly creating authentic hospitality. I just can't think of a better environment and training ground than our industry, the hospitality industry, to teach and employ those with special needs.
I'm so pleased to be joined on 24 Hours Nothing But Net on the live stream with Rick Hayduck, who is the owner and founder of the Shepherd Hotel. Rick is family because Rick employs my guy Frankie and another 30 or 40% of the hotel's employment staff are people with intellectual or physical disability. Rick, you have an incredible story to share, and I'm so glad that you are giving us some of your time to do so.
Oh, happy to be here, Debbie.
Listen, man, you're like a rock star in Clemson. All of a sudden there's this beautiful hotel that pops up on College Ave, and it is definitely an eye catcher because it's so unique and different, not just in concept, but in setting. Tell us where the whole idea came from and just give us a little bit of background on yourself.
Well, in a nutshell, I've been in the hotel business for over 30 years, primarily resorts, from Europe to California. And 17 plus years ago, we were blessed with our third daughter with Down syndrome. And I think as any parent with a special needs child, you know, at that very minute, you're like, oh my gosh, what about tomorrow? And then when that thought settles in, it like travels to, oh my gosh, what happens when they graduate high school? Because, you know, the IEPs and the whole process, it's kind of structured. So you feel kind of good, you get them in the right environment. And then it's like they get to that high school 18, 19, 20, 21 certificate of completion, and you start panicking. So we're blessed here in Clemson with the Clemson Life program, and many universities now are adopting the inclusionary post-secondary education program, which is awesome. But when my daughter was born, I went through that same thinking process as all of us do. And I realized hospitality is a really good industry to incorporate individuals with disabilities. Because, I mean, let's face it, you don't have to go to Harvard to work in a hotel. So from that standpoint, I was in South Florida, and we started working with great organizations like Goodwill, Project Search, and some of the, you know, other local regional groups. And we would employ them, we would teach them hospitality. And then my oldest daughter went to Clemson, graduated in 13. And it was the first year of this program called Clemson Life. There's a 11-year difference between her and her sister with Down syndrome. So she started volunteering for Clemson Life, and my wife and I learned about it. So all of a sudden, you know, I'm working with Goodwill and Project Search and various organizations. And I just said to myself, you know, what would be like so satisfying for me would be to go to a place like Clemson, partner with that life program, and start teaching hospitality to the life students. And in our case, because of the size of our hotels, we have to tap into the local market. or could tap into the local market. So in essence, about 30% of our staff are individuals with disabilities. It's a combination of current Clemson Life students, where it's part of their curriculum, Clemson Life alumni, and then we also have locals in the community. So in essence, it's a combination of teaching, training, and gainful employment for people with disabilities. So this whole idea came about 4 years ago. In a nutshell, I happened to be working at a resort in South Florida. We employed people with disabilities in a very small percentage there. And one in chugged a boat where everyone was wearing the purple and orange. And it was Dabo Sweeney. So Dabo and I struck up a friendship. This is when my oldest daughter was at Clemson. And then he put me in touch with, Dabo is just like all coaches, right? They're just the quintessential networkers. So Dabo introduces me to another buddy who actually played for Clemson in the 1980s. He happened to be a developer out of Charlotte. And I pitched him the idea. He was entrenched in the Clemson community. He was a developer. And you talk about just divine intervention on a project. I had pitched this idea to him on the Boston College weekend 4 years ago about either securing an existing hotel and renovating it, or maybe doing a new build, partnering with Clemson Life. And I'm not kidding you. When you talk about divine intervention, as we were in downtown Clemson, we were in front of a bank building that he had bought 3 years ago. And he had said, that's where that hotel is going to go. And I said, what are you talking about? I said, that's a bank. He said, I bought it 3 years ago. This community needs a hotel. I want to be a part of what you're doing. So that was that 4 years ago. And here we are today. We've been open 7 months. About 30% of our staff, 30+% of our staff are these awesome individuals. And we're teaching hospitality and providing a hospitality need for the Clemson community.
Rick, you're a hero to families like ours because you had a concept and you had the means and the resources, and you just knew that you could do a little bit more to make a difference. And you have done that tenfold, maybe 100-fold in the Clemson community. I speak from experience. I know how valuable it has been for Frankie to be one of your employees and what it has meant to his total well-being, every aspect of it, from the responsibility that comes with managing a job and a schedule, being on time, being accountable, being a part of a team, because you've created a culture of team inside the hotel. Tell us what that's like for those that maybe haven't been to the hotel. What's the experience like when you walk in the door?
Well, it's a small hotel. I mean, we really put the square peg in the proverbial circle hole in this location. I mean, we were downtown. There was a single-story bank with surface parking, and we dropped in a 6-story hotel. So it's got 67 rooms, a restaurant, a bar on the 3rd floor, rooftop space. But the cool thing is we started off with the intention, like right out of the gate, the whole idea was, one, employ people with disabilities, partner with Clemson Life, tap into the local community, give meaningful employment. Oh, and by the way, now let's figure out what type of hotel we're going to build. And the designer that ended up just doing the hotel for us, she totally got it. She's from Florida, and she and her team came up and they did what we call, we all know, the coaching staffs, right? You go through the season, you go to the off season, there's always some changes in the coaching staff. They go through an immersion, right? And Clemson football, I think, is recently gone through that. We went through an immersion with the interior designer, and she left understanding what Clemson is. And you hear about this Clemson family. And by the way, we're looking at Shepherd Hotel #2 on the campus of South Carolina, where they have a life program as well. And we're looking at another location in North Carolina. But the model is, ingratiating yourself with the university and their life program. But from the standpoint, it's a small hotel. And if you just do the math, you walk in at, people check out 11. People check in, 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening time. So usually the middle of the day in a hotel, it's dead. So we dropped the restaurant right smack in the middle of the lobby. The other thing is our restaurant model. We devised it such that, again, we can use the Clemson Live students as food runners and bussers. And so again, that's how we really have those very high numbers on our team between the restaurant and the hotel. But the whole idea is you walk into this hotel, you see our unique and special team, serving food in the lobby, over there checking guests in. There's a hustle and bustle. There's an energy vibe that we wanted and we set out to do. But from a design perspective, throughout the building, there are ties to our special needs community, such as in the lobby, over by the welcome. We don't even have a front desk. We call it the welcome table. Mm-hmm. Right next to it, we have a retail area where over half the items that are on sale are made by people with disabilities, including Clemson Life alumni. Some make jewelry, some make botanicals, some make candles. So we sell that. And so the whole idea was you have this, this vibe and this energy. And I had said from minute one with my partner, the developer's name is Rich Davies. I said, Rich, this is not a bed and this is not a plate of food. We want guests to leave inspired, meaning like humanity at its finest, because you're seeing these incredible human beings interacting with everybody. And by the way, it was as much of a challenge to select those without disabilities because they had to be a part of this team. They had to have that, heart, the compassion, the tolerance, the patience to work with everybody. So that was as much a challenge as it was, what skill set do you have? Kid with Down syndrome, someone with autism, how do we make it all work? But to maybe wrap up your question, Debbie, the whole idea is like you're coming in and you're just feeling something in this hotel, from the design, from the energy, right down to the music that we've selected. I mean, there's some Christian music worked in, so there's just like this high upbeat vibe, and every part of that experience was thought through, intentional, and meticulous.
I absolutely have enjoyed every aspect of the hotel to this point. I have not been there for dinner yet, but I'm excited about that. And the menu is incredible. It's unique and different. It has a different spice to it to awaken all your different palate. And it's just amazing to me when you go in there. And I do see the vibe. I see the smiles. I see the uptick. I see how happy people are when a person from Clemson Life or a grad or Frankie delivers a plate of food to somebody. They're so grateful. They have a smile, and you don't always get that in every place you go or around food service. And it's really uplifting. I can't imagine that there has been any problems or issues or anything. I think it's just a part of how special and unique Clemson is in general, and the community and the safety and the security of that whole setting. And then this beautiful, gorgeous hotel, which I call it's an adult place to have a drink, right? If you're on College Ave, there are all kinds of college bars, and I call it Stickyville. Like during my day in college, I went to Stickyville, every bar on Hillsborough Street in Raleigh, and you sit down, everything's sticky. But when you go to this beautiful setting, and you can go up on the rooftop, or you can go to the third floor to the Thomas, and you can have a drink, and you can overlook the city, and you can see from the rooftop all of Clemson. It's just absolutely gorgeous. It's unique and unlike anything else. Its time had definitely come. And for you to create this model, Rick, it's just off the charts. I mean, it's just so good. The name, the Shepherd Hotel. Tell us about that.
Well, that was again, God wink number 25. We were struggling to name the hotel because, as anybody knows, you're dealing with trademarks. You're dealing with someone can spin the name on a negative basis, especially in this world of DEI that we live in right now. We had to make sure that we just went right down the middle of the fairway. But at the same time, we unabashedly know who we are and what we stand for. So we were struggling with a name. And oddly enough, Dabo, who again is a voracious reader of leadership books and culture and so forth, he had sent some books out to his circle, of which my partner was one of them. And then my partner sent it out to his. It's kind of like that butterfly effect where, all of a sudden this book gets circulated because Dabo sent it out first. And I read it. It's called The Way of the Shepherd. And it's a leadership book that simply reads, kid was graduating with an MBA from the University of Texas, goes up to his professor. He's going to go work for General Dynamics. And he says, I've never led people in my life. I don't know what to do. And he says, if you're willing to spend the next 6 Saturdays with me, I'll teach you leadership. And oddly enough, the the professor had a side hustle as a sheep farmer. So he was using the metaphor of the sheep. There's a lot of biblical undertones. So Rich my partner sent me the book, and I called him up within a couple hours. I said, "This is it." He said, "What?" I said, "The shepherd." And you can hear that pause of like, oh my gosh, you're right. And there it was. I mean, just such a perfect name for what we're trying to do. And oddly enough, I can tell you that so many guests say, we get it. Your unique staff are not the sheep. We are.
That is just so powerful. And I'm just feeling the vibe I get in the building and watching what takes place from all the different levels of employment that you have in the building and the capabilities. And you have found a way inside team. I think one of the things that you're talking about leadership, Rick, and you certainly are clearly an incredible leader in this space and beyond. What are a couple of the really important leadership tips that you would give about putting together a concept and seeing it come to fruition?
Oddly enough, despite the fact that we're dealing with some, special individuals, it's kind of leadership 101. You've got to love what you're doing. You've got, in a people-intensive business that we're in, you have got to have this off the charts love for those who you serve, which is twofold. It's the team, and it's your customer, your guests. And yes, we're producing a product. We have to have great beds, clean rooms, wonderful food, perfectly prepared cocktails. That's not the product. I mean, the product is really this experiential thing. And by the way, if you look at the economy today in a post-COVID world, what's doing well? It's experiences. So your product has to be right. But from a leadership standpoint, when you're trying to put all this together, I call it the technical versus the intangible, where you've got to get your technical right. There's no doubt about that. I mean, everything's got to be clean and prepared to all specifications. But when you're talking about like this vibe, this energy, this inspiration that we're looking to deliver as our end product, it really does boil down to the people, the processes. And I would really say that, if anybody's looking, whether it's a Biddy and Bose or something like that, you just have to have it in your heart and love and almost like you put that first. It's kind of like the Saban, believe in the process and the results will come out. If you have that, that patient, by the way, patience is number one. I mean, all of us know as parents, if you have to tell your able-bodied, able-minded teenager to do something twice, you've got to tell, I've got to tell my Down syndrome kid. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I've got two with Down syndrome. One is by the book. Tell her once, it's done. The other one, 20, 25, and it might sink in. So I got both ends of the spectrum, but you've got to have the patience, tolerance, compassion, and love. And it will manifest itself in a great end product. But that's just leadership 101. I mean, even if you're working in private equity, you love on your people, they're going to deliver great results.
Well, Frankie absolutely loves you, and he loves Donna and Takia and Dion, and I could go on and on naming every member of your staff, including the Delish sisters, who I feel like I know personally and do know, because that's the kind of welcoming feeling you get when you walk in. And as a parent, you're asking someone to help your child in a lot of different spaces and a lot of different responsibility. And I should say young adult, really, because he's a young man now. But, Frankie always says, Mr. Rick this, Mr. Rick that. And I'm just guessing that everyone sort of says that around the hotel, Mr. Rick this, Mr. Rick. But when you evaluate Frankie as an employee, because he's going to be watching this, so you're going to give a chance to evaluate Frankie in front of the whole world, Frankie and his team. How would you say they're doing so far in the first 7 months of the hotel?
One, I would say we believe, like if you were to break down our organization, now take a step back and just say, okay, you're a hotel organization. Our mantra is leave people in places better than you found them. So when we take a look at Frankie is a different man today than he was when he started for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's a combination of what he's worked on as a man, as himself, and what we have worked on with him in providing him feedback. I would also say that Frankie has, just like all of our team, have unique abilities. Frankie is hysterical. He has a magnetic personality. So I've worked in organizations where someone might try to curb that and say, hey, calm it down, chill it down, especially in, higher end hospitality. We're on the other end of the spectrum, like, no, man, go at it. So he brings, excitement to it, to what we do. So Frankie, to me, is kind of like in the middle of the fairway of so many of the team members that have come to work for us, where I can wholeheartedly say they, as people, as individuals, as human beings, as hospitality workers, are that much different than when they started, all for the better. And Debbie, maybe a question that you're not answering that I learned that I had no idea about it. So I had a lot of parents come up to me, and I didn't even think about this, who had said, my son was working at the grocery store, was working, at a restaurant, bussing tables. But it's different here because they get to work amongst not only their peer group, but as I alluded to a couple minutes ago, where we were so selective in the other the other 70% of the workforce, so that everyone would come together. So 1 + 1 = 3. And I never thought about that. I'm like, wow, I you're right. If you're that, like where I started, you're that parent saying, okay, I live in this small community. My Down syndrome kid finishes high school. I hope that the grocery store will let him bag groceries. That's what you kind of hope for, that the bar is so darn low. It's sad. But in this case, the parents are telling me they get to work amongst their friends. And their friends are not just, special needs. Their friends are also others. So I didn't put that together. So that's like an unintended benefit. But like Frankie, to me, is a great example where this big personality comes in. And I will tell you this, though. When we had my daughter, I was working in the Bahamas, and I was in an airport in, I think it was Miami, and she was 2 weeks old, walked up to a family that I saw that had a boy with Down syndrome, and I think 2, maybe 3 other siblings. And I walked up to them and said, hey, just like you guys just had a kid with Down syndrome, what's the best advice that you could give me? They started laughing at me. I said, what's so funny? They said, simple, treat her normal. We treat Frankie and all of the team not only normal, we give them the tough love when they need it. Mm-hmm. We keep, we've got guardrails. And mm-hmm. what's really cool is I think, when they're younger and they're in high school, they get away with a lot. We know it.
Yes,
you'll get, my second daughter was a travel softball. We went all over the state of Florida. My daughter all of a sudden started getting bigger and bigger. I'm like, what's going on? We didn't know that my daughter with Down syndrome would go to the snack bar while we're watching the other daughter's game, and they would give her food. Didn't have to pay for it. Everyone was just giving her food. They get away with a lot. We here in the hotel, there's a lot of tough love because, everybody seems to have, with Down syndrome, autism, ADHD, whatever it might be, to kind of keep them in that lane has been one of the bigger challenges, but we are relentless. So Frankie is one of those guys that this big personality, was up to him, he would just work the restaurant all day, meaning work the tables, talk to everybody, especially the girls. Yeah. Frankie knows the routine, and he also knows what he can get away with. We put him back in line, and we are at the stage now with him and so many. He knows what is required. He knows what the standards are. And I think that's what makes me extremely proud with a guy like Frankie is I think, again, as he comes home to you, Debbie, that I would hope that there is, I think this hotel is good for him.
Oh, 100%. It has changed the complete outlook for not just Frankie, but our whole family. And there's so many emotions, as we know, as parents, when you have a child with special needs and when you have a child with Down syndrome. But the one emotion that I feel and I see every time I'm around Frankie is pride. And I wasn't sure that would ever be one that we would have ever put together with him or for our family, how much pride we have and how proud we are of what he has done. We've always been proud of him, but to see him feel the pride himself and accomplishment because you have been such an incredible leader in this space, Rick. And families like mine are forever indebted. And that's part of the reason why we're doing this fundraiser for Special Olympics, is because we know that you need healthy employees, and you need employees that are making healthy lifestyle choices, and sport definitely helps in that regard. So in the full total well-being of any person with special needs like Frankie, or like families like ours, this is such an important topic for discussion. And I can't thank you enough for taking the time, for your leadership, for your shepherd and guidance, and allowing this experience to happen at a special place like Clemson, Rick.
Well, thank you for that, Debbie. And you know, again, I know I'm the one sitting in front of you today, but we have an amazing leadership team. Yes, I think if the only thing that I have done right is handpicked some incredible human beings that are on this same path that we and the same desire and mission and purpose-driven organization that we're on. And Lord willing, we'll be able to take it to, like I said, USC and maybe some other schools, and provide more training and meaningful employment for some awesome people.
Well, you know, I've been sharing the good word across the athletic landscape. And I think as more people become familiar and learn that when you've been going to Clemson for a long time, and you go and you have your same routine, this is really a jolt to the system, because it's so exceptional and incredibly different and unique, and such a great representation of what Clemson really is all about. And I'm grateful for your time, and I'm grateful for your incredible leadership, Rick. So thank you to you and your team for everything you've done.
Well, thanks, Debbie, and thanks for the few minutes here today to spread the word to our community. So thank you.
Okay, we're on to 1 o'clock shooting. Let me get a couple of warm-up shots in, and then we'll go. Sanchez? We don't need it.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
I don't even know where it is, actually. My phone?
It's charging in the kitchen. Yeah.
Okay.
Now my brain's working.
That's good. If anybody texted me since about 9 o'clock this morning, I have not seen it. Okay, let's go. 1. 2. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 'Oh, I hate those. 9. 10. 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42,
Yes, 42.
43, no, ooh, 44, okay, 44, oh, thank you, 45, 45, ooh, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. Short.
Nope.
66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. Oh, 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99.
5. Only 5.
5.
Sanchez.
That one that you missed, I screwed up. I threw it in the middle.
You didn't.
Good job. Good job.
Sweet.
Okay, so we're past the midway point. That's another 100. Next.
24
Kendall
hours,
and
nothing
Rachel
but
Gear.
net
Here they are.
continues to introduce us to great stories around the country about why Special Olympics is so important to everybody, not just the athletes, but to those that volunteer, that coach, that get involved in other ways. So we're joined from Chapel Hill by my two friends, Rachel Gear and her son, Kendall. Thanks, you guys, for being with us.
Thanks for having us.
So Rachel, you and I met with Kendall several years ago, and I know you're a very strong advocate for your son. Tell us a little bit about some of the things that you're doing right now to make sure that Kendall gets all the supports that he needs.
Yeah, I think that since the day that Kendall was born, it just like this empowering movement came over me that I made a decision that me, my family, we were going to do everything we could possibly do here in our local community and reach as far as we could to make sure that Kendall was receiving the best possible support and resources that he could get. And so here in our local community, we're very involved with UNC athletics and doing everything we can with a lot of the different teams, both men's and women's, to advocate for Down syndrome specifically, but for all of our friends who have different abilities and getting them involved in sports and allowing the student athletes at UNC to use their platform to help us spread the word, promote positivity and awareness around Down syndrome. UNC has also just started a brand new Down syndrome clinic, so I'm spending some time involved there and helping get that clinic up and running from a parent perspective. And so, that's been something really, really exciting to see here in our local community, that we'll have a comprehensive clinic that will reach people definitely all over the state of North Carolina, but also all over the country. I'm also involved with our local Gigi's Playhouse, which is a Down Syndrome Achievement Center. And so Gigi's Playhouse basically does everything it can to support individuals with Down syndrome from birth all the way through adulthood, as well as their families, by providing programming for free. So I spend a lot of time doing that. I also, try and volunteer at Kendall School as much as I can to, help our educators learn how they can best support Kendall as well.
Kendall, how old are you?
9.
What grade are you in?
4.
Do you like going to Gigi's Playhouse?
Yeah.
Why do you like going to Gigi's Playhouse?
Gigi's is so much fun.
Do you have a lot of friends there? What are some of your friends' names?
Who are some of your friends from Gigi's?
Matthew.
Mm-hmm. Who else? Lucia. Mm-hmm.
Lucia. And
who else? We have Phoenix or Elliot or Maya. We have lots of friends, both little and adults.
Yes. What are some of the things that you like to do at Gigi's Playhouse, Kendall?
To play.
Yeah, what do you like to play while you're there?
I like to...
You forgot.
You color?
You play a lot of sports while you're there.
Oh, you play sports. I know that. I was going to get to that.
You do cooking class.
What? You know how to cook?
He loves to cook, so we do a kids cooking class while we're at Gigi's.
Wait a second. Kendall, what do you cook?
What do you like to cook?
I like to cook pizza.
That's my favorite. Next time I'm in Chapel Hill, can I come over to your house for pizza?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to make me some pizza?
Maybe.
Kendall, behind you, I see some football players. What's your favorite sport?
Tar Heels.
Whoa, what sport though?
Football.
Football's your favorite?
Yeah.
I know you like the Tar Heels.
Yeah, we like football and basketball in this house.
Boo-doo.
I know you like basketball. Don't try to tease me, Kendall. I've seen you at basketball games before.
That's right.
Rachel, when you advocate for Kendall, does it feel like it's getting easier, or do you feel like there's obstacles still in the way of trying to make sure he has what he needs?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think here in our local community, just the community in general has done a significant amount of work and has seen a lot of progress, in the school system, at the university setting, like I was mentioning, in our healthcare. Things are getting better, but there are definitely still some significant roadblocks and challenges. And, it's sort of one of those, you don't really know what you don't know until you're forced to know it. And so that's kind of one of the things that I feel like I work really hard at, is to just educate people. One of the things I like to tell the student athletes is that the likelihood that as they move into adulthood and either they or their friends start to have children, the likelihood that they will either have a child with Down syndrome or encounter a friend or family member that has a child with Down syndrome is pretty high. And so when that happens, what I would love from them is for their thoughts of Down syndrome to be what I have shared with them, and their understanding of Kendall and their experiences with Kendall, so that they walk away with a positive mindset about it, and they can tell themselves or their friends or families, congratulations, and they can feel happy and positive about, a potential future diagnosis. And so I think that is, definitely moving us in the right direction.
So I'm going back to your comments about the Down syndrome clinic at UNC Chapel Hill. For 11 years, I took Frankie over to Lennox Baker at Duke, to Dr. Kishnani, who ran an incredible clinic. And I don't know if you ever met with her, but
we did. We visited with her several times.
Yeah, that's so such a confidence builder for me personally, just to make sure I didn't miss something, or there was something on the quote Down syndrome checklist that you had to be able to make sure you were aware of. What kind of confidence does that give you as a mom, knowing that you're kind of checking all the boxes, making sure that this guy's good to go?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think living here in this area, we're very fortunate that we have Duke and UNC and a lot of providers and medical specialists and resources. But one thing that still, we as the parents have to be sort of that nucleus that connects all of these people together. And that's a lot of work. It takes a lot of effort to reach out to all the different providers and, therapists, educators, make sure that they're in sync. It's a lot of work on the part of the parents. And one of the things that these comprehensive clinics do is help you with that. Yes. And so, that definitely is something. And even between Duke and UNC, their systems talk. And so it's so wonderful to be able to see a provider at either place and for them to have access to all of his records, and to, make it a little bit easier for us as the parents to be able to navigate the very complex health system that we have, as well as what could potentially be very complex health diagnoses that go along with Down syndrome.
I just love seeing Duke and Carolina getting along. It just makes me happy to see that there's a conduit between the two on something so important as this. I'm just being a little facetious, but it is good. It's important. I mean, we've got incredible medical facilities and resource in the Triangle area. We're so lucky for somebody. I don't live there now, but living there, growing up there, there's no question it's a big part of helping me have some knowledge and understanding of what we could do with Frankie, even though we were 5 hours away from the Lennox Baker.
Definitely. It's wonderful.
Yeah. So I want to share a little something about insurance and about something I did. Now, my husband never likes me talking about this, but I'm going to put it out there publicly, because back in the day when Frankie was 2, and there was this program called BabyNet, which was a federally funded program. Is that still around?
I've not heard of that.
BabyNet was a federally funded program that allowed parents like us with a child with special needs to be able to get certain resources, and the government paid for them. It was no cost to our insurance or anything like that. But once they aged out of 3, your insurance kicked in, or that's the way I understood it. So I'm sure you're like us. Like, Kendall doesn't need any PT. You take care of that. You're an athlete. He does all that. But the OT and the speech were really important to us, especially the speech. So if our insurance company granted us 45 visits a year, 15 speech, 15 OT, 15 PT, I would say to the insurance company, well, you don't know my kid. I don't need the PT. I wanted you to roll those 15 into speech. And I actually take care of the OT myself. So I really need 45 speech. And they would say no. And I'd say, well, I'm doing it anyway. And then I'd keep doing it. And then when the bill came, I didn't pay it.
Yeah. I mean, I hear a lot of that, and there are a lot of Kendall's friends that I know whose insurance companies, like you're mentioning, they provide a maximum, number of therapies per year across all the different types, and it's up to the parents to then decide how they're going to split that up. And so then parents are forced to choose which is more important, which therapy is more important, and that's a very difficult situation to be in when you just truly want everything that's available for your child to ensure, optimum success for them.
Well, you know what, Rachel, I didn't have a choice. I just did it. And there were circumstances that came later, but we took care of them. So it worked out for us. But I hear what you're saying. Like, I didn't like the insurance company trying to tell me what they thought my son needed. So one of my friends told me to send a picture of Frankie to put in the file, which I did. And so every time the insurance adjuster or whatever would look at it, he would open it up and there's a picture of Frankie. Now tell me no. Tell me you're not going to do this, right?
Exactly.
So I don't know. That's just something we could put out there in the ether for maybe somebody else to pick up on. It was certainly a good idea. My friend recommended to me.
No, I agree. Yeah.
When you are around the athletes, do you feel like there's a greater sense of empathy, or do you feel like there's a greater ability to tolerate the differences that people all bring to the table?
I think it's both, honestly. I think it's, for me personally, it's been such a tremendous experience over the past 9 years with Kendall to watch him engage with the student athletes, specifically at the collegiate level.
Every time you mention his name, he smiles. Kendall, you
He's
can't
a little
stop
tired after
smiling,
school
boy.
And Kendall gets a lot out of being with the athletes. He gets a lot of engagement, activity, but I'll tell you, I really think that the greater thing that comes out of it is what the athletes get from working with Kendall and Kendall's peers when we have events. It's so amazing to see the way that they interact. Like I said, men's and women's teams, all sports. The UNC women's lacrosse team, Kendall was an honorary team captain. I think he was 5. And when he was about 2 is when we really developed a relationship with the women's lacrosse team at Carolina. And they, for just years now, they have just taken him in. We see them all over town. We see them in events. We go to games. We have traveled with the team. And to see the way that, these girls who are in their early 20s just take to him and his friends is so wonderful. They hold a World Down Syndrome Day game for us every single year. They honor Kendall and his friends at halftime. They do all sorts of wonderful stuff. There's a lot of teams at UNC. I will say there are a lot of teams at Duke, and there are a lot of teams at NC State. And all 3 schools have worked so well together, specifically with Gigi's Playhouse too, to really provide an atmosphere at their games that is inclusive and that celebrates our friends with Down syndrome. And it's just such a wonderful thing to be a part of here in the community.
It is. It's so heartwarming. It gives me chills thinking about it, because I know all the people that you're talking about. Jenny Levin, the head coach for the lacrosse team, has been a national success story in many different ways, and is a mom who understands, just really good, like good people that you're referencing. Okay, so
I was just going to give a plug. We do Victory Day with the NC State football team every year, and Coach Doran does that every year as part of their the start of their fall camp. And it's so amazing to see these big burly guys, and they are so enthusiastic with all of the participants. They run drills with the participants. They let them run touchdowns. The band there's media, like it's such a big deal. And it's so wonderful for our participants to be involved and to feel like they're part of this great, it's in Carter Finley. It's the lights are on. Like it is such an experience that most of the time they wouldn't otherwise get. But then Coach Doran has also told us many times about how, his team walks away from that feeling so, enthused at the start of their season, and it just really boosts their morale, their culture. Like it's such a wonderful thing to be a part of. And like I said, all 3 schools here in the Triangle have done a lot, and it's really great to see.
Kendall, when you go to NC State to football practice, do you wear your Carolina football jersey?
No, we don't. We wear red and black.
What do you wear?
So we wear red and black.
We wear red and black.
Okay, buddy. So, Rachel, since you brought up Coach Doran, he's a really good friend of mine, and he has helped me in multiple ways with the Elevate program at NC State. He was willing before anyone else to put his name and face to it, which was so powerful for me trying to get the program started on campus, because I knew he had my back no matter what office I was in or whatever conversation I was having. I would drop his name, and he fully supported it because he really wanted to help us families, like his family. He has Jacob, his son, who is on the autism spectrum, who did some different things in college, but did go to college. But that's why he and Sarah created One Pack Empowered, which is a little bit different than what the Elevate program is. Still in the same family, but totally different, honestly. When you think about NC State Elevate, the students at the time of this taping today had their final exams for their first semester. So they are all our first semester college graduates so far. It's pretty exciting.
It's awesome.
And I've had a chance to speak to some moms and some of the students as they prepare to become a residential program in the fall. What about North Carolina? What about the university? The North Carolina General Assembly appropriated money for NC State, $3 million recurring funds. North Carolina Central on the House floor went, what about us? There's only one HBCU outside of NC Central that will start in the fall as a sister program to NC State. What about the Heels? What do we got to do?
I am here and ready to do whatever it takes. And I've got an army of parents here in the community that would help me. I don't know, but I am putting my name out there to, be someone that would advocate as much as I have to get something like that going.
Well, I'm going to put you on my team. Because,
yeah, absolutely. We took Kendall a couple of years ago down to Clemson, to the Clemson Life program, and visited, and he participated in a promo video for them. And it was such a magical experience to see that something like that exists. I know you're obviously very familiar with it. And, it had, from birth, it had been my dream and my thought that Kendall should go to college just like, his brother, and that should be our plan for him. But then being at Clemson and seeing their program just was like, yeah, absolutely. And then, Western Carolina, UNC Greensboro that have programs. And then to hear that NC State now has one, it's so exciting to think that there's one so close to us that, will be available for Kendall. And it would be even more amazing if there was one here at UNC too.
Well, where did Kendall leave? I want to show him something.
Kendall's here. Kendall's really.
Kendall, look. This is my son, Frankie. You see him?
You see Frankie?
Yeah.
This is what we call flat Frankie. I want your mom to make a flat Kendall.
Look.
I carry this around with me everywhere I go. Next time I see you, I'll take a picture with you with this. Usually I like to.
There we go.
Let's see your muscles. Looking pretty good, dude. Looking pretty good.
Okay.
We're going to work on that together, Rachel, because I do think there's some avenues and some people to connect with that, based on a platform that I have used in the past to try to elevate literally our families, which gets us to Special Olympics. So I want to talk to you about that for a minute, because this is a part of our live stream. And so at some point during the 24 hours, this interview will run. And you love sport, and we love sport. And Special Olympics has been so important to our journey. it gave Frankie the confidence and the ability to be a good teammate and learn lots of things, the same things you want your other kids to learn. When you look at what sport has done for you guys, what would be a couple of things that you would point to as really important parts of Kendall's journey so far?
I mean, honestly, I feel like there's, outside of him being at school, that is what has really gotten Kendall to where he's at, is participating in sports. We have done some with the Special Olympics. We've done a significant amount here with just our local rec team, and Kendall participating with his peers from school in baseball, flag football, basketball, soccer. He does everything, and being able to participate with his peers makes him feel very included. Like I mentioned, he has a 15-year-old brother who's heavily involved in sports. And so that's all he knows is what, he's from birth has watched his brother play sports. And so for Kendall, it's super important to be able to participate in sports as well, whatever that may look like. And for him, it's given him confidence. It has, really helped his gross motor. It has, just the culture of being on a team. They're all things that have really helped Kendall get to the place that he's at today.
Well, I know that's what has helped Frankie, and that's part of the reason why we're doing this in our 7th year. We've crossed over 1 million already in year 6, and we're hoping to get to the 2nd million faster. And sharing stories like yours and Kendall's brings such a bright light and shines a light on everything that we're doing. So North Carolina Special Olympics is a partner of ours in this. They do some satellite events, and we're just going to keep shooting free throws, like I say, on the air till my arm falls off.
I love it.
Just keep putting a spotlight on this, because, it's really not about the free throws. It's about you and Kendall. It's about Frankie and his friends, and it's about all the families like ours that have been impacted through sport. So, Rachel, I'm so grateful for your time. We got a lot of projects that we can work on.
Yeah, I love it. I look forward to it. This is personal for us, and it's about Kendall and Frankie, like you said, but it's about all their friends all over the state, all over the country, and doing everything that we can to just make sure that, they're as successful as they can be. I just wanted to personally let you know that I have followed your story for a very long time. I am actually an undergraduate of NC State. And so I have always known who you are in my love of sports. And so I received a prenatal diagnosis for Kendall. And so one of the very first things that I did while I was pregnant was obviously a lot of Google research, and, learned about you and Frankie, and watched a lot of videos of Frankie, and read about Frankie and all. He might have been in middle school at that time, but all he was doing at his school with the basketball team at school, at the high school level, I definitely followed him. And you and I have a mutual friend in common. And so she also reached out to me and said, hey, my friend Debbie has a son with Down syndrome. So, I have definitely looked to you and Frankie and all that you have done as an inspiration for all that I want to do here in my community.
Well, thank you for saying that. That is always emotional for me, because I know what a struggle it can be. I didn't handle it well at the beginning. I didn't have a prenatal diagnosis. Frankie was born, and about an hour or so after he was born, the doctor came in, and actually he came in my room 3 times before he actually told Frank and I that he was showing signs and symbols of having Down syndrome. So we had no preparation. We didn't know, and it was hard at the beginning. So I didn't have a whole lot to look to. But today it's different.
Yes.
Because there is hope. And your kid, like Frankie's done everything except for really drive a car. And that's not a bad thing.
Right.
3 boys, we don't need 3 driving cars around here. 2's okay. It's just an interesting, different way of having an attitude of hope, or of, other people that inspired us as well. So I'm so grateful that you said that, because that's what we want to do. And that's what we're doing with 24 Hours Nothing But Net.
Yeah. And I think that, in the age of the internet and social media today, I had the opportunity to sit back and do some research without having to step out of my comfort zone and have uncomfortable conversations when I wasn't ready to do that yet. But that also allowed me an opportunity to expose myself to this new world that I was, getting ready to dive headfirst into, that I knew nothing about, and to sort of gather some sort of a comfort level and to see all these other families that were doing the same things that my family already loved to do and that they were continuing to do. And that just sort of gave me the confidence to continue to move forward and propel my family forward. And just, I felt empowered to do whatever I needed to do to step up for my son, for my family, for my, for Kendall's brother, who is walking this journey alongside us, and to make sure that as he was 5 when Kendall was born. So, to make sure that he was comfortable and he had all the tools and resources that he needed to learn how to be the most supportive brother that he could be. And so seeing families like yours, families of all boys, and, just the sports, and to know that Kendall could participate in sports, like I said, at whatever level that looked like, well, those opportunities exist for him. And there's no reason that I should feel like he won't be able to accomplish that.
There's so many similarities there. And you said it so well, but I remember pushing the stroller behind Joey and seeing the world with your first kid as one way.
Yes.
Then you push the stroller behind Frankie, and their things just are different, and it's hard to explain it. I hope that one day I can put it all down on paper and share it, because the vulnerability of what we go through as parents, trying to make sure that everybody's taken care of, including, my older son, who was 2.5 years, Joey was 2.5 years older. And then we waited 5 years before we had Patrick, because we just didn't know what we could handle.
Right.
So there's a whole lot of things that you consider and you put into place there. But as many people as came before us that helped carve some sort of path, it's not the same path that you're ever going to be on. It's always going to be something different. It's going to require, and I had a lot more resistance, I felt like, once we got to middle school and high school than I did in elementary school. So your greatest challenges are ahead of you. And for parents out there like us, that's the most challenging time.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of stories I have about those times that I'll share with you some other time. But there's a whole fireside chat that we could do as a fundraiser one day for 24 hours, Nothing But Net in Chapel Hill, with all your friends, to help raise some money for, I know Gigi's Playhouse would be one place, but Special Olympics would be certainly a place.
The Special Olympics community here in Chapel Hill is huge, and they do a really, really great job. So yeah, we always love to, be a part of anything that the Special Olympics is doing.
Yeah, I'm so grateful for your time, Rachel. This has been such an enlightening, inspiring conversation for me too. And you have helped us with 24 Hours Nothing But Net, because somebody out there that's watching and listening is going to send 1 penny for every free throw I make. That's $24 for Special Olympics, and it goes right to help athletes like Kendall train, compete, organize, and socialize. So thank you so much for spending your time with us.
Thank you.
We got some big time players here on our live stream for 24 Hours Nothing But Net. And one of my golf partners, Brittany Lincecum, has been kind enough to join us today on Nothing But Net. Brittany, thanks for being with us.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Look, you and I became fast friends. We got to play in the Hootie and the Blowfish Monday after the Masters. I basically carried your bag, drove the cart, got you a drink when you were thirsty. You're amazing. You're an amazing golfer. Tell us where you are right now.
Thank you so much for that. I am at Houston at the Chevron Championship, our first major of the year. One of my favorite majors, since I have won this event twice.
Nice.
So it's just an honor to be here. The weather looks good. The golf course looks beautiful. Excited to get out there and get another practice round today.
Okay, so your nickname on tour is Bam Bam because you knocked the snot out of the ball. I witnessed it up close and personal. It's absolutely gorgeous. Why does this course set up so well for your game? Because you've won this event twice.
Yeah, it's definitely a long hitters course. To be fair, it was a different course when I won it twice, but nevertheless, it's a long hitters course. You have to drive it in the fairway. The greens are probably the trickiest part here. So, if I can get that putter rolling, there's no reason why we can't be on that leaderboard. But a lot of the holes go right to left, which is great for me. I love hitting the draw. So a long hitting course, hit it in the fairway, and then make a few putts, and we'll be right there.
I'm telling you, you're going to have a lot of fans after this interview because our people are very supportive of others that have been on this live stream. You're kind of new to the live stream, and we're new to our friendship. Tell me a little bit about your background, about your family. Give everybody a little bit of something to cheer for.
Yeah, so totally family situation. I started playing golf when I was 9. My dad and 2 older brothers kind of started taking me out and just progressed from there to junior tournaments. I did homeschooling to play more golf. I turned pro out of high school, and here I am, 20 years later, still playing this great game of golf and doing what I love. It's cutting back a little bit now that I have 2 small kids, but still playing enough just to kind of get my toes wet every now and again and still come out and see some friends and hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, Bam Bam 2.0 and Bam Bam 2.1 are in the making. So 20 years ago in women's sports, the landscape was much different. Coming out of high school to go pro right away.
Mhm.
Tell us a little bit about what that was like.
Yeah, obviously very stressful. You have no idea, whether you're going to make it, whether you're not going to make it. So do we go to college? Do we try to turn pro? A lot of decisions to be had. Luckily I had such a wonderful family support. My dad caddied for me my first 2 years on tour, so they traveled every week. Still to this day, if I didn't have my daughter in kindergarten, they would still be here with me right now. They love coming out, they love supporting, and I think that's what kind of got me through. When you are transitioning from one job to the next, and you turning pro, I didn't know any girls out here. I didn't know what to expect, and to have my family behind me and supporting me and helping me along the way was very helpful.
Brittany, tell me what it was like day to day, like being on the tour when you were 18 years old with your dad. I mean, there weren't very many young women at 20 years ago that were doing that, and now it seems more commonplace that young women are coming out and playing a lot earlier on the tour. So, kind of give us a little bit of background on that.
Yeah, it's kind of been like a ebb and flow situation. When I was at the past champions dinner last night talking to the legends players, none of them went to college. They needed to start making money. There was no option to go to college. And then there was kind of a cycle of a few going to college. I was a exception. But now it's great seeing girls go to college. It's something to fall back on. Golf is a hard game. You don't know if you're going to make it. So why not go get that at least 2-year degree, maybe 4-year degree, learn to travel as a team, learn to, play new golf courses, meet new people, learn a few things along the way, and then try to turn pro. So there's not one way that it's different for everybody. So you just got to figure out which one, fits you the best and go with it, I guess.
So we were riding around in the golf cart. We talked about a lot of different things at Monday after the Masters. One of the things that I was curious about is I ask all women this that have careers, because we're all doing a similar thing. We're trying to balance family with our career, but there really is no balance. I like to say it's a rhythm. What's the rhythm of your day like now with your kids and with your husband and trying to balance everything that you're trying to, you're not full-time back on tour. You're coming back part-time right now. So tell us how all that's working.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning game along the way. Like I said, my 5-year-old's in kindergarten, so that's a little bit different. Previous years, so to be able to show them, what mommy does, hopefully they remember it, down the line sometime. But so now with a daughter in kindergarten, it's a little bit trickier. Obviously, they're home this week just because she couldn't miss school. So my parents are very helpful, husband's very supportive. But at home, I've been trying to get in a better routine of dropping her off at kindergarten, maybe going to the gym. The 2-year-old still has to take a nap every day. So just getting all those things in, it's been fun to try to figure out. It's so rewarding. I mean, I would not change it for anything. I love having kids, and they're the best. They're the cutest little things.
What's the routine for practice? Like, how much time do you spend in the weight room? How much cardio? And then how much hitting golf balls right now?
Yeah, not so much practice these days, unfortunately. I play on Fridays with our director of instruction, maybe 1 or 2 extra days in there, but the kids take up a lot of time. Like I said earlier, trying to get in a rhythm, dropping her off at kindergarten, go work out for an hour or two, and then, come home and then start nap, lunch, all that good stuff. So I'm definitely learning, trying to get in a rhythm. It's tricky. Every day is different though. Something, throws a wrench and you just got to kind of roll with it. Obviously, with kids, but it's fun to try to figure out and see what we can squeeze in on the day.
Okay, so in basketball, for me, at my age, doing what I'm doing, I have muscle memory and I have the ability to self-correct. So if I miss, I know why I missed it. Typically, I can, either it came off the side of my hand or my elbow was under the ball. I mean, I've got my shooting technique down. I wish it transferred to putting. For some reason, for me, and the golf swing, all of it. Like, it's not the same like riding a bike, like shooting a free throw for me.
Yep.
So what is the complement in golf to what I'm talking about as far as muscle memory and self-correct?
Yeah, I wish it was. The putting is the hardest part for anybody at any level. My driver is my favorite club in my bag. And same with your free throws. When it goes left, that's my miss. I know it's going to go left. I know it's never going to go to the right. And you have it ingrained. Like, I've eliminated the whole right side of the golf course. If it goes left, I'm like, great, I know how to fix it. Easy. No worries. Putting, it seems, say on a Thursday, I'm doing one thing and I try to do that Friday and it doesn't work. It's not the same. It doesn't feel the same. It's always different.
So a professional golfer, for all of us amateurs out there in the world of golf that have been playing for decades, you got the same, like, it's the same for
100%.
you. Like, when I see a
100%.
pro golfer take two in the bunker, I kind of go, oh, all right, they're normal, like regular people.
Yep. Don't let us confuse you either. We shank it just as much as you guys do. So they just don't always get those on the camera.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just was caught off guard by, you saying putting on Thursdays are the same as Friday.
Yeah, it's always different. I think that they say that's why we love the game so much, because it's always changing. One day you could shoot 65, the next day you could shoot 75, and you ate the same meal, you did all the same things, but golf is never the same. It's always different. So it's a love-hate for sure.
So the LPGA Tour, to me, is getting more popular. Hopefully the purses are getting bigger. More events are coming around. More people are investing in women's sports overall. This feels like it's a time that people like, well, me, for certainly, I'm much older than you, but, you have been grinding for opportunities like this. I've been doing the same thing. Where do you think we stand right now? Like, what's the most exciting thing that you see coming in the investment in women's sports?
I mean, I think it's only going up. Obviously, the whole Caitlin Clark situation has empowered every sport, every female, every woman, whether you're just even in a business life. She has had this effect on everybody, which is so cool to be a part of. But in golf, we're still hunting for a new commissioner. So I think once we get that finalized, I mean, golf is in such a great place. We have so many young players that are good players, good talents that are coming up. And, I think that all goes back to these USGA girls golf programs, First Tee programs that are really bringing up women and young girls. There for a while, especially when I turned pro, I had to play on the boys golf team. We didn't have any girls to play with. So now to see all these organizations coming together, getting more girls involved with the game of golf, the future of golf is so bright and it looks so great. So, with women in basketball or soccer or tennis, whatever it may be, it's just elevating all women, and we're only going up. And it's a really cool time for women athletes to see the trends. And hopefully we can keep doing it. Like you said, the majors, they've all stepped up. This purse this week is $8 million, which, I mean, if that would have been 20 years ago, I would be a lot more wealthy. But it's just cool to see it. I always wanted to leave the game better. And I can say in my 20 years, the game is so much better. Hopefully some of the other tournaments kind of get on board with these majors that are really elevating the game and growing their purses. And they want to be the best tournament out there. So it's really cool to see. And like I said, we're only going up, which is really cool.
So, Brittany, you mentioned Caitlin Clark, and everybody looks at it through a basketball lens, which is certainly the way I look at it, having the opportunity to do the Indiana Fever Games. But I'm curious about, how you see it in golf. I know she's a huge fan of golf. I know she's been on the tour. She's played in some Pro-Am. She's been around the game. But her impact and influence, not just on golf, but on corporate America and women in C-suites. I'm kind of curious to get your take on that, because I hadn't really been thinking about it like that.
No, I mean, she's just doing what she's doing is really elevating it across the board. I got to meet her in November at our tournament at Pelican, and she was doing a press conference. I had her sign a basketball for my daughters, of course. But she was just such a nice, down to earth person. You know, you see some athletes, you never know if they're going to be hoity-toity. You know, the money's kind of gone to their head, but she seems very grounded. She was so sweet. She was beautiful. She had this beautiful outfit on, and then playing the Pro-Am, which, I mean, she doesn't have to do that. She doesn't have to come play golf with us, but obviously she loves the game of golf, and just for her presence to come into our world for one day is just so neat and so cool to see all of our sports coming together. And again, it's only elevating women and women's sports.
So I have to tell you this because, you know, I shared with you that my favorite pro golfer when I was learning the game was Beth Daniel, because there weren't any tall women on the tour. Beth was the same height as me, and I think you and I are the same height, close. And so watching women of the same stature play the game and how they rip through the basketball or rip through the golf ball is just really amazing to me. So I want to tell you that after I teased Beth that she had dropped down to number 2, she's been texting me. So I think it's bothered her a little bit.
I love that. She's such a nice lady,
Yes.
and that makes me laugh. But I mean, Beth Daniel will always be one of the greats, and I can be second. It's okay to her.
Are you sure? Because she's going to see this, and I'm going to make sure that I tell her. She has a great event here for junior golf in South Carolina that bears her name. It's in Charleston, where she grew up, and she's a native of this area. So she's somebody that I've always admired for all the things she represents and stands for. She's such a great ambassador for golf, but she's also a great ambassador for women's sports. Brittany, so all right, so just to time date this is before the Pro-Am in the Chevron Houston Open, and it's an event that you've won twice. So we want to put some good mojo on you, like $8 million. Okay. I just raised $1 million. I can't imagine winning that amount of money for a purse. Let me just get it on the record. If you win the event, I'm flying where to celebrate?
Houston, you're coming here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there. Thank you so much for lending some time. We wish you well. We love following your career. You've just made a bunch of new fans, and can't wait till we get to play golf again together.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you so much for having me.
We're rooting for you, Brittany. Brittany Lincecum, who's getting ready to take on the Chevron Open in Houston, an event that she has won twice in the past. It's 2 majors on her resume. Brittany, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to
This is what it's really like. So I have a lot of people that ask me, do I sleep during the 24 hours? And the answer is no, I don't, because the amount of money keeps going up. And then the energy that is here with me that has chosen to stay up and help me stay awake and stay fresh and all that is really amazing. And like I said, every hour the number goes up. We're at $121,000.
That was Dan.
My cousin Dan, once again, that's my cousin. Dan, I know you're watching, buddy. Thank you. I didn't. Thank you for calling and hanging out with us for a little while. Okay, so Pam Walker, my buddy at UCLA, Sanchez says you're watching. Thanks, Pam. You get this. You know exactly what I'm feeling. Okay. What was I going to say? Something else. I forget what I can't remember what else I was going to say. But this is the 2 a.m. hour, and my mom and dad are going to bed right after I shoot.
They're still here, baby. They're still here.
They need to go, though. They got to go because I need. They're way past their bedtime. Oh. Couple warm-up shots here to get going here. One. Two. Three. Four. 5. 6. 7. Nope. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. That's off. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 'Way to go, Sanchez.
Great job.
Woo. Sanchez. There she is. Amazing. Comes all the way here to help us out. That's a good teammate right there. Great teammate. We got a lot of good teammates in the driveway. We're at $121,000. Thank you, Dan Mannix, for helping us get over the 120 mark. Yes. Man, we're doing well. Like, our goal's 250 this year. We're excited. Okay, Marsden Miller is my buddy who works at Clemson, who graduated from the Clemson Life program. He's a really interesting guy.
Welcome to 24 Hours, Nothing But Net. This is my guy, Marsden Miller. Marsden is a graduate of the Clemson Life program, a friend of Frankie's, which makes him a friend of mine. Marsden, thanks for being with us.
Yes, a pleasure having me on here.
Yeah, so Marsden, look, you know, Special Olympics is something that you've been involved in as a younger kid, but you do some other wheelchair athletics now. You're a pretty active guy. Tell us a little bit about your story.
Yes, ma'am. So I started Special Olympics when I was little, and we did things that I can remember of. Like, I used to walk on like crutches, and we used to do like little races and stuff, and wheelchair races in the gym that I went to school at. And now I do play wheelchair basketball when I was in school. And it was like for kids that can walk, but they actually can play in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
And also play wheelchair tennis. And we started our team back in 2019, and I'm the first student from here. And we currently have I think three or four other students on the team. And yeah, it's been good so far.
Well, Clemson is such a special place, and adaptive sports is something that you've excelled in for a long time. I admire how strong you are. I've seen you working out, so I know that your upper body strength is one of your skills. It's one of your best parts of being an athlete, right, Marsden? Like,
Yes,
tell us a
ma'am.
little bit about some of your workouts.
So I hadn't probably worked out in probably like a year or two.
What?
I just
Come on,
been
man.
I just been like pushing around, and I'm trying to get back in the swing of things, and I'm gonna start going back in the gym and starting in hopefully in a couple weeks here. And I like I do free weights, a lot of push-ups, a lot of like the I don't know what it's called, but it's like an arm bike. It's like a cycle
Oh, yeah.
thing.
Like one of these things like this? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That also
That's
kind
right.
of helps me with my upper body strength.
Yeah. All right. So why did you pick Clemson and the Clemson Life program?
Well, pardon me, because it feels like family here, and I just love the family atmosphere.
That's a good reason to pick it. I would say the same thing. That's the lens that I see Clemson through is the same thing as you, family. That's why no matter what year you graduated from Clemson Life, it's like we're all together, making sure that we find ways for everyone to find success, including you. And you found some success. Tell everybody about some of the great jobs you've had around campus.
Yes, ma'am. So I work for the president of the university, President Clements. And I also worked for Clemson football. I used to do security for the team. And back for COVID year, I did like stuff for recruiting and worked at the front desk. Got to go to practice with the team, eat dinner with them. And my goal is one day work for the NFL and be like a scout or do something in the equipment room for the NFL one day.
I mean, can't Dabo just like snap his fingers and make a call and make that happen for you? I mean, you've worked for the two most powerful people on campus, Jim Clements and Dabo Sweeney.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
How do you see yourself getting a job as an equipment manager in the NFL?
It's kind of like how I'm like you got to know somebody to get in there. I know a couple people that work for the Panthers. One guy used to work here. He used to work in video. His name's Todd Green. I try to keep in contact with him. I saw him a couple months ago when the Panthers came here for the they had like a little pre-practice
Right.
game here before the season started, and so and I'm trying to keep in contact with them and just trying to keep my foot in the door, and hopefully one day make that happen.
Well, we're raising money for Special Olympics with 24 Hours Nothing But Net, and you have adaptive sports. It's a little different, but to me, it's all in the same category because it's allowing people with unique and special abilities to be able to compete in athletics. Why do you like to compete so much, Marsden? Where does that come from?
I think because I'm just competitive, and I don't like to lose, and yeah.
I've been around your mom. She doesn't like to lose either.
No, man, she doesn't.
All right, so I recently saw you working at the Shepherd Hotel. Tell us about the Shepherd Hotel through your lens and why that is such a unique and special place at Clemson.
Yes, so I work at the Shepherd Hotel. I do as a receptionist, and it's a great place for me to work. Shout out to Rich Davies and Rick Hayda for bringing me on to the team and letting me be a part of that. And and I also used to work valet, and
I mean, that's just amazing. The Shepherd Hotel, they employ about 40% of the workforce with people with intellectual or physical disability. It's a really unique, special place. Tell us a good story about someone walking into the hotel and seeing all these people with special abilities working in the hotel and what that's been like.
Let's see. Mm.
Anybody like a special reaction or say anything funny or smile or just be happy and joyful? I mean, I think it's at one of the happiest places on campus.
Yes, and a lot of people like come in every day with just they're just in like awe just because they never seen such a place with people like with disabilities that can do things that normal people can. And yeah.
Marston, one of the things I know Clemson Life teaches everyone is to advocate for themselves. How have you been able to advocate for yourself?
Just trying to speak up more and trying to challenge myself that I can do things that normal people can. And yeah.
Yeah. If somebody was watching this and said, look at that Marston Miller, man, he's worked for Dabo, he's worked for Jim Clements, he's at the Shepherd Hotel, he can't go anywhere at Clemson without running into you. How many people just stop you and say, hey, I know you. You're that guy.
A lot of people. I can't go out just like on campus just or anywhere in Clemson or anywhere really without someone just like saying, hey, I know you.
You are. You're a popular guy on campus. Okay, so tennis right now is one of your sports that you're playing a lot of. Tell us why you like tennis so much.
I love it just because it's just giving me something to do other than just laying around the house and just playing with other people that are in wheelchairs. I can tell you, like a few years back, I won my first doubles championship here in Clemson. It was awesome.
And when you have that spirit of competition, that never leaves you. It's not something that like goes away. It's always there, right? Where do you think you developed that resolve and that toughness to want to compete?
I think it just comes from my parents just pushing me to do everything that I never thought I would be able to do.
I think your mom is inspiring in many ways, and I know your dad is too, but especially your mom. How has your mom, LaMonica, how has she inspired you to do more than you thought you could do?
Just giving me the courage, teaching me like certain things like that, just like Clemson Life, but even pushing me harder to like do things on my own, just how to cook, how to clean, and show me different things, like show me like the world.
Yeah, your mom's pretty inspiring, but so is Special Olympics. And we need stories like yours, Marston, to get people to get involved. If somebody was watching or listening to what we're doing today and they heard your story, what would you say to them about getting involved and supporting people with disability through sport?
Just keep pushing yourself, and you should definitely try it because it's really something that everyone should do. Even if you don't want to do it, you should at least try it.
I think that's good advice. Sport has brought a lot of people together, and it certainly can bring our community together even closer by giving us a chance to compete and socialize and organize and train. I mean, just the training part of it. Like, that's why we need the money to be able to do all of those things.
Yes, ma'am.
You're a great inspiration, man. It's good to see you. Thank
Yes,
you for
ma'am.
taking some time.
Yes, ma'am. Good to see you, and hope to see you next time.
This is my new friend, John Wheeler, who lives in Indianapolis. He's an incredible, incredible human being, a guy with the kindest heart, and I am really grateful to call him a friend. John, thanks for being with us.
And thank you for having me, Debbie. It's a great honor to be able to talk to you, meet Brian, and I'm real excited to have this interview with you. So thank you.
I know you've had a busy day. You are a hard worker. You're working many hours, but you always find time for your family and your friends. So thank you for doing this. Tell everybody how we met, John.
We met about a little over a month ago. Time flies. At at the fairgrounds in Indianapolis, where we got to watch a game afterwards and got to talk to you and a few other and another athlete. Unfortunately, I forget her name, but
I think her name was Mia.
Mia, great woman, great friend, and honestly, that's about all I remember from that day. But
One of the reasons why we met is because somebody told me that you were going to be a better free throw shooter than me.
Yes, I take a lot of pride in my free throw shooting, and I'll go toe to toe with anyone. But if I got into a free throw contest with you, I'm pretty sure you would beat me.
I don't know, John. You're a pretty good challenge. I was really impressed by how well you shoot the basketball. Tell everybody about your experience with Special Olympics playing basketball in Indiana.
Oh man, Special Olympics, playing basketball for Special Olympics Indiana has been the greatest joy of my life. I mean, yeah, me along with every other athlete, we compete with each other. We try to win championships, and we just play hard. But at the end of the day, as Special Olympic athletes, we're a big family. We have a great time before and after the game. And I'm not ashamed at all of being a part of Special Olympics. I'm really quite proud of it, especially when I get to represent them whenever I put on that uniform.
Tell me what it feels like to put on that uniform, John, and compete.
Oh man, I feel a lot of pride. It's like I said, Special Olympics is the best thing that could have ever happened to me. I'm truly fortunate that God pointed me in that way. But yeah, every time I put on my uniform, I tell myself I'm going to represent myself, my community, and most importantly, Special Olympics to the best of my ability by being the best basketball player and the best person I can be, both on and off the court.
You've had a special experience competing. Tell us about the game with the shot, because if I can get some video of that, I want to show it.
Oh man, as soon as I'm done talking to you, I'll send you a video of it. But oh man, that was probably the greatest game I ever played. Double overtime in nationals against arguably the #1 team in the country, New Jersey. The credit goes to my teammates, of course. They trusted me with the ball at the end. They made sure to get me the ball so I was in a position to score. I mean, I'm happy they let me take the shot and that they trusted me to make the shot, but the credit really goes to my teammates for putting me in that position to succeed so my team could succeed.
And you hit the game winner, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Take us through the last play. What was going through your mind? Double overtime. Is the score tied or are you down 1?
We're tied. We were up 2 points with about 10 seconds left to go. Unfortunately, one of their guards got past me and made a driving layup right to the rim. I immediately, as soon as he made that shot, I got the ball. I took it out. I gave it to my guard. His name is Brendan. He got it up the court as quickly as he could. I was trailing behind him in case he decided to go in for a layup. I would be there to back him up if he missed. But instead, he passed it to another teammate of mine, Sam, on the right side of the wing. When he got the ball, I made my move to the baseline, got open enough where he could pass me the ball. As soon as I got it, I got double teamed. I took a quick peek at the clock, and I saw I only had a couple seconds left. So I took one dribble, did a pump fake, and then I took the last shot that I ever wanted to take, a fadeaway jump shot from the baseline, and by the grace of God, it went in.
I got the chills thinking about being in that moment, watching you do that, because that had to have been an incredible thrill. When the ball goes through the basket and the buzzer sounds, what did you do?
Oh man, I instantly, I, I put my arms up. I ran a half court, screaming as loud as I could, and next thing I know, my teammates, both on the court and on the bench, they basically gang tackled me at half court, and just started piling on me. Fortunately, I didn't get injured, but that's a moment I'll never forget.
Most players never hit a buzzer beater and never hit a game winner, and you did both in the same shot. That's crazy. So fun.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's just so fun. And I know from knowing you and talking to you that not just making the basket, that it was not just about you that you were celebrating. You were so happy for your teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our journey to nationals was by far the most difficult thing we ever had to go through. The training camps, the fundraising, the way our coach pushed us, not just on the court, but how much running he made us did. Like, I believe we did at least 3 suicides every single practice. And then, of course, there's the individual workouts that I did myself. And I want to admit I pushed myself too hard and at one point, and I had to ease back because my doctors told me if I kept doing it, something bad was going to happen. But fortunately, I was able to overcome that, help my team, and we were able to win the national championship because of all that hard work we put in.
Every Special Olympic athlete wants to do their best, but sometimes along the way, there are some obstacles or some things that are challenges, just like all athletes or like everyone else that goes through a competitive situation. And you certainly are a great competitor, John. What did you learn from that setback that you experienced?
Oh man, I learned quite a few things from that. Like, yes, it's important to push yourself, to go as hard as you can, but the number one lesson I learned from that is I only have one body, and it's my job to take care of it. Yes, I want to compete. I want to compete at the highest level, but I also need to listen to my body, take care of it, and if it's telling me that it needs a break, I need to listen to it because I was one mistake away from not going to nationals because I wouldn't listen to my body and I wouldn't listen to my family because I was so determined I wanted to win. I almost lost everything.
Well, I'm glad that you were able to go through that so that you could learn. So the next time when you get to that point where you know you have to listen to your body, you will, because you can see what happens on the other side when you get to experience the fun things you did at nationals. Tell me about being an author, John. I know you've written a book. Tell everyone about your book.
Well, I've written 2 books actually. With 3 more on the way. I mean, being a writer, apart from being a basketball player, it's something I take a lot of pride in. It's something I'm really proud of. Yeah, my first 2 books were about my team and I winning the championship in 2019 and winning the national championship in 2022. But the next one, I'm working on 3 books right now. One is about my hometown in Morristown. Another book I'm working on is about my journey through Special Olympics to get where I am today. But one book that I'm currently working on is probably my favorite book. I'm talking to other athletes from around the state, no matter what sport they play, and I'm writing down their stories and making sure they get the recognition they deserve. Because as great as I am, there are athletes all over the state who have done amazing things, even better than me. And I really believe they deserve recognition for all the great things they've done. But I'm sorry, I got off track. Back to
you're telling us what a great teammate you are. I love that. What is one of the good stories you've learned while you've interviewed these other athletes around Indiana?
One person especially comes to mind. Her name is Melanie Sal. I mean, she's a great friend of mine. We went to nationals together. I believe she did swimming. I could be mistaken, but she was down at nationals with me, and her story is just unbelievable. I mean, she is the first athlete in the history of Indiana to not only become an athlete, but she is now the county coordinator for her county. I mean, for an athlete to accomplish that takes a lot of work, a lot of effort. I mean, she's an athlete I look up to immensely because of how much she puts her heart into her work. And
Well, I can't wait to read that book. I bet the stories are going to be so inspiring. We all want some inspiration in our lives, don't we, John?
absolutely. I mean, that's why I'm writing this next book, because I'm telling every athlete to join Special Olympics. You're going to have another family, and you're going to have countless experiences that you're going to be able to look back on and just be real proud of.
I'm so proud of you, John, for spending time sharing your story with us. If there's somebody that's listening or watching and thinks that maybe they could help Special Olympics, why would you tell them to do so?
Because Special Olympics will change your life. I mean, no knock to the NBA or the NFL, pro athletes. I enjoy watching pro athletes, but you cannot measure the heart of a Special Olympic athlete. We play with sportsmanship. As I said earlier, whatever sport we play, when we're not competing with each other, we're a family. We look out for each other. We're there for each other. I mean, quick story. Back in 2022, before my team went to nationals, we competed in the state championship, and unfortunately, we lost for a lot of reasons. We gave the other team, Boone County, a good game, but they just played better than we did, and we ended up losing. But after the game, they shook our hands. We shook their hands. We congratulated each other, and one of their players, and a very good friend of mine, his name is Brandon Horton. He personally walked up to me and said, "John, you need to go down there and show everyone when you go to nationals that you guys are the best." And he had my back. His team had my back. I mean,
wow.
I mean, how many teams after a state championship game do you go up to the other team and you tell them that?
That doesn't happen very often, John. You're right.
You know, and I've only seen it a handful of times, which is why I'm proud to be part of Special Olympics. Our sportsmanship and the way we talk to each other, it makes me real proud to be part of this organization.
You make me proud to be a good friend and a great teammate. And that's what we're all looking for in life, are really good teammates and everything that we do. And I would count you as one of a handful of really good teammates I have, because you inspire me, you lift me up, you bring joy to everything you do, and you have such a great attitude. And that's going to help other people, because you share your story, you're helping others understand Special Olympics is really important. It can make a difference.
Yeah, thank you, Debbie. And I'm real glad I got to know you, and along with everyone else that I've met the past few months. Being a friend to you, it means a lot to me. So thank you.
It does to me too, John. Thank you for taking time to share your story with us on 24 Hours Nothing But Net. I'm going to dedicate one of my hours to you, because I'm going to need your inspiration probably about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm on the free throw line shooting free throws. So I'm going to think about you.
Thank you, Debbie. And friendly competition. If you ever want a free throw contest, you'll probably win, but I like to go against the best.
Bring it on, John. Bring it on, baby. I got it. Next time I see you, we're going to hit the line and we're going to make some free throws.
Absolutely. Sounds good, Debbie. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, bud.
fun for me to be, supporting Special Olympics. And
free throws every hour for 24 straight hours from her driveway.
And the joy of finishing that race or finishing whatever activity it is.
Have you do this challenge again and raise this money for Special Olympics?
That has been as a result of Debbie Antonelli. So we are here to support her in every way that we can. And
Clemson life is learning is for everyone.
If I could hit 1 or 2 free throws out of 10, I'd be happy, not to mention 100 an hour.
That's exactly why we're trying to raise money for Special Olympics.
Special Olympics gives a sense of belonging.
And push-ups and free throws and
time is now. And literally, I'm surprised your arms didn't fall off.
I think we're supposed to give. I think we're supposed to help.
And I always have a passion for everyone who participates in the Special Olympics.
Oh yes, we can. Why were you trying to teach Frankie defense? We don't talk about defense around here.
A penny for 2,400 free throws is $24 for Special Olympics. I can do that.
If I cannot win, let me. And so that's why it's important that you believe in these young athletes.
Playing pig. Okay, she got it. Okay.
It's life's experiences. It's who you are.
And poops. There it is. And thank you for supporting the Special Olympics.
I am not out there building a house. I am making my free throws.
It was just thank you guys so much for everything.
Goals and again, I think just a lot of it is in your perspective.
Where would I be at? Where would I be competing at if it wasn't these people that work hard to make this happen?
So I think that's something I've kind of learned over my career, not always needing to make the home run pass or the hero shot.
Rallying together to try to make a difference for those that really need it, and the Special Olympic community really needs help.
Really fun for me to be, supporting Special Olympics. And
I want to not only complete the task, but I want to do it at a high level, because the better that I can shoot it, the more attention it brings to Special Olympics.
I agree with you. I mean, we talk all about D, but people want to see it go through the net. They want to see it, and that's what you are all about. And so if they could just pass on a little bit, it's not how much you have, it's what you have and how you use it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are our third attempts of our last lift of the last flight of the day for the Next Gen Classic here at Palmetto State Barbell. The party has started. The last flight. Wait till coming up for a big 120. Oh yeah, coming to get the crowd hyped up. Comes out ready to rock. You know he's got the crowd behind him, and he picks it up with just pure ease. This is a strong day. I believe he goes 8 to 9. Yeah, let me look here. No wind does in fact go 8 for 9.
One of my goals, I want to win another state championship, and I want to become a McDonald's All-American. My name is Olivia Olson. guard at Benilde St. Margaret's in Michigan commit, and I train with Dr. Dish. I would say I first fell in love with basketball training in the gym with my dad when I was really young. We had a basketball hoop that wasn't the full, it was just connected to our garage. So it was 9 feet, and I would always just shoot there in the summer, and he kind of got me into basketball. It's just so many reps I can get in. It helped me so much. I can get up 700 shots in an hour. So I count my makes and we go based off of that, but just kind of dream big because you never know like how far the game of basketball can take you, and always like remain humble with who you interact with because you never know who is going to be watching you. Be better every day.
In this game, some shots are more important than others, and a knockdown shooter can handle the pressure. Knockdown starts in 3, 2, 1. 1. Choose your rack location. 2. Select a knockdown rack. 3. You can't miss. 4. Next up, knockdown ball. 6. And make more of the shots that matter. Introducing knockdown. Get more, rise to the pressure, and beat your personal best.
I asked my parents if I could go to the States because I want to be a major someday. So yeah, going to the States is an amazing part of my life.
I choose Elevate because I love the teachers, and I love the professors, and I love my classes a lot.
Well, so far in the program, I love to be hang out with my friends.
I like having like guest speakers going to my classes, and I like being around the campus and knowing like the buildings.
I love my career class to go to my business.
I like the program so much. Elevate staff makes me happy, and my mentors, because I love my mentors so much.
Well, I was helping out with a career for computers or anything I could do. Because I know I love this place, it's gonna be a college.
I have learned to stand up for myself when I need for my path, like I will need to self-advocate. And I just love my times here and the moments I have.
Hi guys, I'm Joanna and I'm in Elevate. Go Pack!
I'm Dimas, I'm Elevate. Go Wolfpack.
Hi, my name's Sarah, and I love the Wolfpack. Oh, go Wolfpack!
Hi, my name is Molly, and I'm an Elevate. Go Pack!
build, serve, and empower. That's what our camp is.
Daniel Chaplin is a perfect example of looking at the ability within all people, and he has set a pretty big goal that may just inspire you too.
Wanting to raise awareness and support for the Down syndrome community.
This young man finishing his 24th half marathon from Alabama.
Daniel Chaplin beating all odds.
At first I could only run 25 feet, and not many people thought that I would be able to complete a half marathon.
And not just one.
My man, Daniel Chaplin. What's up, dude?
Well, I recently completed a half marathon in all 50 states.
Tell us about it.
And I'm about to be inducted into the Guinness Book of World Records.
Keep going.
Last year, in October, I ran this Mo Cowbell half marathon with a bunch of my friends from across the country, and the organization has been so supportive of me.
You ran a marathon in all 50 states.
Yes, half.
What was the first state that you ran a marathon in?
Alabama.
And how old were you?
Well, it was a 12-year journey. I can't remember my age exactly.
12-year journey. And then when did you run your last marathon?
2024.
And where was that?
St. Charles, Missouri.
And how old are you now?
34 years old.
Daniel, you are exactly who we're looking for on our live stream for 24 hours, nothing but net, to promote Special Olympics. Bud, I'm so proud of you. That's amazing.
Thank you.
How hard is it to run a marathon?
It's not easy.
Tell me about your training.
Well, I train 3 days a week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Saturdays being my long one, Tuesdays and Thursdays being my short ones.
When you say short run, how far?
3 miles.
And then what's your long run?
Between 6 and 7 or higher.
Man, my feet are hurting just thinking about it.
You can do it, though.
Yes, tell people how they should get involved in Special Olympics. Everyone can get involved. Everyone can be an athlete.
Anyone who wants to be a part of something has a chance to be a part of something that is really important to them. The individuals with Down syndrome and other disabilities to show that, hey, they have dreams too, and they should be good.
That is 100% correct. I love how you say that. Everyone has a dream. When did you come up with this idea to run a marathon in every state?
It all started with a health class at Stanford where the final exam was to complete a 5K, which I did. It took me over an hour.
And this was when you were a student at Stanford?
Yes.
That's a college.
Yes.
You went to college.
Yes, I took a few courses.
How was it?
It was really informative, and I learned a lot of stuff that I hadn't learned before.
And you had to do the 5K for your class, so it was a grade.
Yes, it was part of the final exam.
What did you make on your final exam? Did you make an A?
Yes.
Do you make all straight A's, Daniel?
I hope so.
I know you do. Tell me what you're doing with your everyday life. What's your day-to-day like? When you wake up in the morning, what do you do? What do you do in the afternoon?
Well, I work 30 hours a week at a law firm. I'm in my 14th year.
Where do you work? You work 30 hours a week where?
At the Wiggins Childs Law Firm.
Okay, a law firm.
Yes. Monday through Friday, 11 to 5.
What do you do at the law firm?
I'm the mailman. I pick up and deliver the mail. I scan and make copies, and I pick up and put away the dishes.
Do you live at home?
I live at home, yes.
Okay. How do you get to work?
My parents.
All right. How's that going?
Great.
Yep. And then what do you do for lunch?
I bring lunch in from home.
So you got a full day, man. You got a lot of activity around your day to day.
Yes, I do.
When do you get your workouts in?
On Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays.
Are they in the afternoon after you're done working, or are they in the morning?
Sometimes, mostly in the mornings.
So you get up early?
Yes, I can. But that was the interesting part in my early years. The very first half marathon I did was the Talladega half marathon. It took me more than 4 hours to complete, and I ended up sleeping for more than 18 hours.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot of rest after that. Well, I feel the same way. My marathon is free throw shooting, and when I'm done shooting free throws, I'm pretty tired. You got to stay healthy. How do you stay healthy? What do you do to stay healthy?
I exercise.
And then what do you eat?
Breakfast.
Okay. What do you have for breakfast?
Cheerios.
Cheerios every morning?
Yes.
Your body is built by Cheerios?
I don't know about that.
What do you have for lunch?
Pasta.
Yeah, you're a carbohydrates guy, aren't you?
Yes.
That's good. That's what you need to burn out. You got to have energy to do what you're doing.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Well, what would you say, Daniel, to somebody that maybe didn't know your story, that is just learning right now about how hard you train, how much you love being in shape and having healthy habits, and what did Special Olympics do to help you with all that?
It really helped me. One, I have others who have more opportunities to participate in more sports.
What other sports did you play?
Bowling.
What does it mean to you to be on a team?
It means to be a part of a team, to work as a team, and to do well as a team.
Well, Daniel, I'm glad that you're on our team, 24 Hours Nothing But Net team, because we need inspiration and motivation, and we need money to help Special Olympic athletes do what you just did, train and compete, organize on a team, and socialize with their friends. It's really important.
Yes.
I'm so glad that you wanted to be on our team. So thank you for taking time to spend with us on 24 Hours Nothing But Net.
Yes.
It's good to see you, bud, and I appreciate being your friend. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
a.m. 3 a.m. Oh, I gotta get one.
It's actually 2 a.m. 2 a.m.
See. Get warm. That doesn't count. I'm not ready yet. Okay. No. Okay, we'll go with 1. Maybe not. Is anybody paying attention?
No, I haven't started yet.
No one said we haven't started yet.
Say go. If you usually say okay, I'm ready, and then you start.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, I hear some thunder in the distance.
That's all right.
Okay. Let's get.
That's just somebody.
Not yet. I gotta.
Get some more warm up.
I sat too long. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15. 16. Oh, that's off. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. Oh, it's off. Dang it. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. Oh, it's off. Dang it. Goes off the side of my hand. I know it's off. 57, is that it?
Yes.
Okay. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. Oh, it's off. Oh, 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 96. 96. 97. 98. 99. Okay. All right. St. Joe's, way to go. Okay. Next up is my man, Chris DeJulia. He probably knows the Pope. He's from Philly. He grew up around St. Joe's. He's been on Villanova's campus a ton. Here's my buddy, Chris DeJulia.
Way to show up for 24 hours of nothing but net. One of my dear friends wearing one of my arch rival hats.
Yeah.
Chris DeJulia, my buddy from Pennsylvania. What's up, man?
Hey, how are you?
Listen, keep it G-rated, please, because there's a lot of young people that are going to be watching 24 hours of nothing but net. No problem.
No problem.
Hey, man, listen, we are once again working really hard to raise money for Special Olympics. What do you think about that?
Hey, you working hard?
Yes, I'm working really hard.
Really? How much you get paid? Really?
Oh, this is a labor of love, man. Labor of love. Are you talking about my day job or are you talking about my efforts for Special Olympics?
Anyway, what was it? What was the question?
I really didn't have a question. I was leaving it open-ended for you to bust me like you usually do. Because don't you usually turn the sound down when you hear me on TV?
Oh yeah. Everybody should do that.
I know your dad doesn't. No, your dad does not. You know what? I don't even know why I invite you on this 24-hour live stream.
I had no idea.
Listen, people don't know how long we've been friends and how long you have given it to me every chance you get.
That's right.
Yeah, why do you do that? I'm out here trying to raise money for Special Olympics.
Hey, man. You know, that's what I do.
Listen, I'm serious, man. You're the best. Like, we really are friends. I love talking to you.
We really are.
Yeah. And we're such good friends that you show up in a Michigan hat, knowing that I'm an Ohio State person.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ohio person. Ohio person.
Ohio State, baby.
Ohio.
Go Bucks.
Ohio.
OHIO. OHIO.
That school up north.
Yeah. I don't say it. I usually say the school up north. I don't really say the M word.
You're the school down south. That's right. Ohio school.
Hey, listen, I got a serious question for you.
Oh my God.
Did Jay Wright consult with you before he retired?
No, he did not insult with me. Isn't that awful?
I thought you were the consigliere of all Philadelphia coaches.
You know, he just did it. Very surprising.
Yeah.
Very surprising.
Yeah, we're going to miss him, right? I mean, even you might miss him a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. He might be taking your job.
I know. Listen, I am a little worried about it.
You're a little worried now.
I was already thinking that, but you had to say it.
I see you shaking.
When you're watching, I don't know, like a game that I'm calling on the men's or the women's side, how many minutes do you listen?
What?
How many minutes will you listen?
No, honestly, listen to me. To be honest, a few minutes here. I don't. The truth is, I got truth. Stop smiling. Stop laughing. I do it. I do it. I said stop laughing.
You don't stop listening, do you? You just can't get enough.
I can't get enough. I just can't get enough.
So I don't know if you're telling the truth now.
I listen. I listen until my ears fall. Some people, not mentioning names, talk about shooting
and I thought, you're killing me, man. You're killing me.
My ears fall.
You listen till your ears fall off, because I talk about shooting till your arm falls off. Man, I tell you what, you're something. You are something. You're killing me, man. Killing me.
That's my job.
That is your job. I mean, if I ever think that I am something else, you bring me right down to humility.
That's my job.
That is your job.
I gotta do it.
That's your job as my friend. Okay, now, your other job is to help me raise some money for Special Olympics. Now, how are you going to do that? What are you going to say? Like, how are you going to help me?
Keep on me to give.
Right.
Watch you build a house.
Watch me. Wait a second. I am not out there building a house. I am making my free throws.
Brick by brick.
You know what? You can't make this up, man. You cannot make this up. You're killing me. I mean, I'm trying to find some good parts to keep in this interview. I'm going to have to edit it all out.
Come on, you gotta have some humor in these videos. I'm your man.
You're my man. You're my man. After you told me you listen till your ears fall off and you want me to build a house brick by brick in the at the free throw line. Yeah, you're my guy, all right. You're totally my guy.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I became friends with you. I don't even know why we're friends. I don't know why every year I invite Chris DeJulia back to the live stream, because I know it's going to be one string of insults after another directed at me. Chris is my friend. and he does not cut me any slack. Isn't that true?
Why would
Why would you?
Why would
Well, you know, I'm pretty cool. You know, you could give me something.
Well, if you're cool, hey,
Turn up the heat. Okay, I'm gonna turn up the heat at you on you. What about these Sixers versus the Celtics? What you got?
I don't see it happening.
You don't.
Definitely game 7 with little go 7.
Yeah.
The win tomorrow. We'll win Saturday, Thursday, and then Sunday. Don't see it happening.
A guy who has
The big guy is hurt.
the big guy's hurting.
And the officials know what the league wants.
The league wants the Celtics.
Yep. Yep. So when they get to the locker room, there'll be a note in the locker.
When they get to the locker room, there's going to be a note.
Make sure you call a game so that the Lakers win. And Celtics win.
You act like you got money on the game. You got money on the game?
No, I've been watching the NBA too darn long.
It's too long. You're right.
I know all about it.
I don't know a bigger sports fan than you. You're by far the most passionate fan I know.
Oh, yeah.
You love your teams and you hate the rest of them.
I love them when it's high.
You do. I was going to wear some Ohio State gear for this interview because
hang up.
You were going to hang up. I know your buddy Phil Martelli coaches at Michigan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you just go over there to Michigan if you want.
You want me to send you like home? If you want me to send fight song, I'll send you fight song.
I do not want you to sing. I do not want to hear that singing voice. No way. No.
I want a football game.
All right. Okay, let's change topics then. I shouldn't have brought it up. Okay, listen. Chris, I think you try to stay up and watch all 24 hours of Nothing But Net. Do you try to stay awake for all 24 hours?
Why would?
Well, you get to see me shoot free throws.
I do try. But yeah, something does put me asleep.
Come on, man. Give me some slack, dude.
Slack?
Yeah.
What?
I'm old, and now I got
You
a broken
ain't
finger. Look at this. I have a broken finger.
Oh, God. What did you do?
The ball hit on the end of my finger. Do you
I
feel sorry
hate
for me?
the ball.
Did you feel sorry for me?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I had recommended this book to a friend, and then I knew this other guy, and he had children with special needs. He had Down syndrome daughter, and he was in the hotel business. And one of his dreams was to build a hotel where he wanted to have something for his daughter that really could have gainful employment. And then this person over here was just wanting to do a hotel in Clemson and was asking me, and I was like, you know what, you two guys need to get together. Yeah. And so kind of connected them, and that's how they came up with the book. Was called The Way of the Shepherd. So that was the book, and through that collaboration, next thing you know, these two guys come together. They come and have a meeting with me, and they're like, we want you to know what we're doing, and we'd like for you to be involved. And I really wasn't looking to be involved in any type of like hotel business, but when they talked to me about what the Shepherd Hotel was going to be about, I said, you know what, that's something I can get involved with and align with. So as you know, we have this amazing Clemson Life program here, which is just incredible. And we've been very involved as a football program, but also with our foundation, for years now. And I've got 3 Clemson Life students who are on our staff here and work here every day at Clemson, at Clemson football. And Clemson Life is learning is for everyone. And so we have young people that are brilliant young people that have these so-called special needs, whatever that is, and that the world may see as limitations, but man, they come to Clemson and they get their college education. They get fully equipped to be independent livers, and live on their own, and all these things, and relationships and friends, and things that I'm sure a lot of the parents probably thought would never happen. And it's an amazing thing to see. But one of the things that has come through the experience of Clemson Life is, you see these young people come in here and they get their degrees, and they really are so equipped, and they can live independently, and they have these gifts, but there's not always that perfect transition where they have that gainful employment on where somebody's going to embrace those gifts. And the Shepherd Hotel, that's where they come in. And so the Shepherd Hotel is going to employ our Clemson Life students. And it's going to be opportunities for them to have careers, and whatever their gifts are. Some gifts of hospitality, some may be cleaning the room, some may be welcoming people, whatever it is. Some will be in the restaurant part of it, but they're going to have opportunities to have real jobs when they finish this program. So it's just something that really aligned with what Kath and I support and believe in, and it has been so cool to watch it come full circle and to see all the training that's going on, to see the hotel getting built. It's going to open up this summer, and it is really, really going to be a cool place. And again, I think the essence of Clemson, the spirit of Clemson, I think you will feel every time you walk in the Shepherd Hotel.
Frankie has received his letter and offer to work at the Shepherd Hotel, and I can tell you that it almost equals the day walking out to the mailbox, seeing that he got accepted to Clemson Life. It's pretty cool to know that everything you described about the experience as parents that we've had has been 100% true. Can you you referenced culture. I know culture is really important to you, and I know standards are really important to you. When you think about people trying to understand the culture of just Clemson, not just your football program, but how does Clemson life fit into the fabric of the university?
Yeah, well, I think Clemson is family, first of all. I think that's something that, Clemson is a place where people are happy. I think if you come to Clemson, you don't know anything about Clemson, it just kind of oozes out of the streets here. I mean, this is a really family-oriented place, and it's one of those things. It's hard to sometimes describe Clemson appropriately. I think you almost have to experience it to really get it. It's a simple place, but there's a quality of life here that I think is really rare, and I think that's what keeps people here. I mean, because it is a wonderful place to live and raise a family, and just it has this community feel. It's a small college town, but everything is geared around this university. And so you've got this 85,000 seat stadium right in the middle of it. It's like a family reunion every weekend in the fall. But if I can't tell you how many times people have told me over the years, God, there's just something different about Clemson. And I always say, well, that's because there is something different, and it's people are happy, and you really can't fabricate that. That has to be something that's real and genuine, and that's what I think is the essence of Clemson. The culture of Clemson is, there's no perfect people, no perfect places, but this is a place that really has this constant energy and this family feel. And sometimes it's like going back in time. I think, a lot of the qualities that are here at Clemson, you don't find everywhere. People will still stop and help you here. And Clemson embraces, a program like Clemson Life. Like Clemson Life is, to me, the heart and soul of Clemson University. Like, to me, it's like, that's what it's all about. Servant leadership. It's about developing great and beautiful young people. We're all different, but we all have this greatness inside of us. Great, and I think I used to tell my team all the time, greatness isn't just for Alabama or Ohio State or Notre Dame. Greatness is for everyone. It's for everyone, because when I got this job, people kind of looked at Clemson differently. And I think, to me, that's the essence of this whole university. Is greatness is for everyone. Learning is for everyone. Life is for everyone. And, Clemson is a place where, again, I think that is nurtured. That is nurtured. That is embraced. And again, there's this happy spirit that goes along with it. I can't tell you how many people I've met over the years who had nothing to do with Clemson. They know nothing about Clemson, but their kid chose to come to Clemson. Well, then their kid comes to Clemson. Parents get involved in Clemson. Kid graduates and leaves. Parents stay because they love it, and they buy a place on the lake, or they just come back for game weekends. And kids are all living life, doing whatever, but they're still coming to Clemson. And I think this is one of those really rare places that has the ability to draw people in like that. And so it's a culture of family. It's a culture of serving, and it is a true community here.
I don't think you could sum it up any better, Coach. I agree. I mean, I think we've shared this conversation before. For 30 plus years, I've been coming to Clemson from a basketball lens, either working at Little John men's and women's games, or coming up Perimeter Road, doing a game, and then going back down Perimeter Road back to 85. Never really investing time or hanging out. And I've seen Clemson through a different lens because of Frankie and because of the Clemson Life program. One of the highlights for the Clemson Life program is always spring practice with your team, where you dedicate time in practice where the whole team gets involved in running the students through all kinds of drills and activities. Kind of share what that day is like and how much fun that is for you and your team. Because I know how much fun it is for the kids.
Yes, in fact, that was probably one of the worst things about COVID was not being able to do that for a couple years. So this spring was our first time in a couple years to be able to get back to doing that. So what we every fall we have a Clemson Life Day, and in the fall they come and they get to hang out in the facility and just have a fun time. We feed them, we have hamburgers and hot dogs, and then they get to come hang out at practice and watch practice and visit with the guys a little after practice and just have a good day. But in the spring, we always pick a day and they come to practice. But what we do is post practice, we have, like, we call it a county fair set up. So we set up all these stations, and here's the cool thing: it's mandatory for our freshmen and sophomores. So it's just kind of what we do as a program. And our freshmen and sophomores, it's mandatory for them to run it. And, we get out of the way and it's the players run it. But you know what happens every single year? And this year was so cool. Everybody stays. Those seniors are out there. They don't have to be there. They're all out there. And I just kind of stand over there. And this was one of the coolest years ever, because I think our older players, especially, who we haven't had it the last couple of years, they were so excited about it. And they were excited about the younger guys getting a chance to experience just this opportunity and just the spirit that comes from these Clemson Life students. I mean, they're amazing. And they're hilarious. And you know what? And they're competitive. And they're just so smart. And so it's just one of the best days. So we set up this county fair, and then we just do a rotation, and they go from one thing to another. I mean, we got the quarterback toss, we're kicking balls, we're tackling dummies, we're doing the going through the bags and the chutes, and all the players are engaged, and it is so much fun. And we always end up going longer than what our time is, because everybody just forgets that there's a time, and it's just really cool to step back. And especially this year, I was standing there, I was watching, I was talking to one of the coaches, I said, man, that's what it's all about right there. And, they're just being college kids, and they're engaging with their fellow classmates. And it's a beautiful thing to watch every single year, and just one of my favorite days to be a part of.
When you explain it to people, how do you explain the Clemson Life program when people ask you about it? Because Dave Doeren and NC State's getting their program launched in January of 25.
And I'm excited about that. Well, the way I explain it is, as I was introduced to Clemson Life, I was just fascinated, honestly, and blown away, because I had a background with Johnny Stallings, who was had Down syndrome, and I had experienced 7 years of watching him do life, with his dad, and Johnny was amazing. And everybody has different challenges and things like that, but the Clemson Life program, especially, for a lot of times, parents probably think, well, my kid will never be able to have a chance to go off to college because maybe they're limited by whatever it is. And Clemson Life has breaking those barriers down and have created bridges because learning is for everyone. Life is for everyone. In fact, Kath, my wife, went and spoke at the Clemson Life graduation last weekend, and she just had the best time. And that was kind of her message is, life is for everyone. Learning is for everyone. Love is for everyone. And it's just been so cool. And as Clemson Athletics, not just us, have embraced Clemson Life, I think it's helped integrate the whole student population together. It's not like, oh, Clemson Life's over here and the student. No. It's just, they're just, like you have the architecture students, and you have the engineering students, and you have the Clemson Life students, you have the whatever, they're just all integrated together in this campus. And it is beautiful to watch. And everything I go to, it doesn't matter what I go to. I can go just walking through downtown. I could go to a basketball game or to a baseball game, and they're just so embraced. And that's been the beautiful thing to watch and to see parents. I've seen so many. I know you've been, to Like, okay, like you drop your kid off, and like, okay, this is happening. And Erica and the whole staff of Clemson Life, what they do to equip them to use their gifts, and to bring out the best version of them, and to teach them that yes, learning is for everyone and life is for everyone, and all that goes on through their educational experience here and equipping them as people, just like all the other students that are coming here, they're figuring life out. They're getting equipped as young people. It's the same thing going on at Clemson Life. And then the awesome thing too is now we've started to create opportunities post graduation, to help them have more opportunities to go on and do stuff. In fact, I was just watching a video yesterday that a friend sent me, and it was a kid out in Austin, Texas. And it was a video, his mom's video of him opening up this letter, and he was getting accepted into Clemson Life. And the joy in that video was amazing. And he was going, I'm going to college. And he's just going, I'm going to college. And it was just this emotional moment. And so I just have this cool opportunity because of my role and position here to see the beginning of that, and to see these kids come in, and then to see them as they mature and grow, and just like the players on my team, and to see them really transform. And that happens through Clemson Life. And it is truly one of the most special programs in this country. And I think it's a great example to everyone out there. And we should all have that. So, there's because we only, I think, limit ourselves by how we think. And we allow other people maybe to put limitations on us. And it's just this beautiful thing that happens here in Clemson, South Carolina, that I don't think people really understand until they really come and see it.
I'm with you on everything you said. I mean, all in, right? That's what you say. And that is the way Clemson has embraced. Those are such strong, powerful words. I say safety and secure and included and all those things. So that was part of the reason why I pushed NC State so hard to create a program. You are such a shining example of how it can happen on campus and how easy and seamless it can work if everybody just does a little bit extra. And that's what I look at NC State doing now. They have Think and Do all over campus. Dave Doran and his wife, Sarah, I know you know them well.
Yep.
They're all in on doing this at NC State and helping. Dave wants to be like you, the face of the program, and help families navigate this incredible experience that, at Clemson, I think the acceptance rate is like 10%. That's 9 families like mine that didn't get a chance to experience what we got. And
exactly right.
There just needs to be more. And I think because you're such a great ambassador and accepting of all of it, Dabo, it has led others to open their eyes to say, hey, look at the size of the Clemson football program and look what they're able to do. And look what NC State could do if they just gave it a little bit of thought and a little bit of extra effort. And of course, Jim spoke to Randy Woodson, and that helped. And then, you get the right people at the table. I think you can get things done. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, and in my role, as I try to do my job, part of my job is educating my players, equipping them, and building them as men. I want them to have a great experience, and I want them to win. But part of equipping them is teaching them how to serve, and it's opening their eyes to things that maybe they have never really been exposed to. And the Clemson Life has been something that's been special to Kath and I, but it's to watch the integration with Clemson football and Clemson Life has been awesome. And I know you know the story of David Seville and how that first got started, and just to kind of sit there and watch how the players, because in the beginning, they're like, they don't really know, but then they soon realize, look, he's just like, there's no, everybody's got different challenges. Like I can't see if I don't wear my contacts, right? We all have different challenges that we deal with, but it's just this beautiful thing. And I think it helps me teach perspective in my world, because in my world, it's so easy to lose perspective, with the kids that I deal with. and the expectations and performance, and a lot of these kids are told, you know, how great they are, and they've got this talent, but helping them have perspective about life, and helping them have perspective about others, and serving other people, and using their platforms to create joy for other people other than just on a football field, you know, with the helmet off. And that's part of it. And so it's been an awesome opportunity for me to help do my job, and Clemson Life provides me that opportunity. And it's just this awesome thing to watch and to see the joy. I mean, we had, you know, and I know you know this, but we usually take a day in the fall and a day in the spring where, like, we're going to get together, just Clemson football with Clemson Life. And it's so fun every single time. Because our team changes. And, you know, there's new people coming into Clemson Life, and to see them just take ownership of it. I mean, they take ownership. It's really, really cool. And then my favorite thing is just the one-offs around campus, just random, you know, around campus. I'm like, "Go, sweetie!" And you know, and I get to. We just have this connection, and to see the thing with our student body and how our student body has embraced Clemson Life. It really is a great model and a great example of how it should and how it can be on every campus. And as you say, there's so many parents out there that 9 out of 10 who don't get the opportunity. So, man, I'm so excited to hear that NC State is going to, you know, create an opportunity. I know Dave will do an awesome job in helping in any way he can as well.
I want to get your take on this, Coach, about team, because you mentioned service, and I think you're always on a team no matter where you go. There's different kinds of teams, but you always have a team. And Clemson is a team around Clemson Life, and you have your football team. In basketball, because I know you love hoops, you're still playing pickup every week, right?
Oh, yeah.
I saw that.
I took that few stitches the day before the North Carolina Clemson basketball game. I became a meme for life, you know. But the choice was I could stay at home and hide, or just embrace it and go to the game. I was going to the game, but yeah, I had 3 stitches. But hey, we won the game, just so you know.
Hey, I won $20 on that, because when you popped up and I saw that, I said, I bet he got that in a pickup game.
I did. It was a finger. It was actually a finger. It was a finger. Ooh. And it just slit my eye, right? I mean, like a clean slap. 9:30 at night, I'm getting stitched up on a Friday night by our team doctor. I called him. I was like, I'm sending him a video. I'm like, I think it's okay. And he's looking at me in the FaceTime. He's like, that's going to need some stitches. I'm like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it was a good one. I'll have to say that was a good one. But I want to ask you about this, because in basketball, you know, there's the stat sheet, and then there's the non-stat things, you know, like running the floor hard and setting good screens on angles, or closeouts, box outs, and there's screen assist. You know, there's a lot of things there. What are the things that make football players really good teammates? And then how does that apply to the overall success of what you do?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, in football, there's 11 guys, you know, and it's unlike basketball, you know, you got to go play defense, you know, and you have special plays. So you got special teams as well. And you're kind of you do all of that. But in football, you know, you don't play both ways. So you play offense and you play defense, and then you have a whole third of your team is special teams. And so, you know, being a great teammate in the game of football is so important, because it takes so much. I mean, we have 135 guys on the team and only 11 on the field at one time. So being selfless, you know, you're really embracing whatever role you have on the team, and just, we call it doing your 111. You know, like, and if you're on that field, it's so important. The way you're a good teammate is you know your job, and you do your job with the efforts that we expect, because everybody's counting on you. You know, and just like in defense, like, you know, being a great teammate is, okay, I've got the A gap. Well, I'm going to be in the A gap, because if I'm not in the A gap, I got 2 people in the B gap. Man, here goes a big play. So just being responsible for your role, and whatever it is, whether you're one of the 11 on the field, or you're the guy that's preparing them through the week. And then part of being a great teammate is also being ready, you know, because you don't ever know when your opportunity is going to come. And boom, all of a sudden, man, your defense is playing great. And now you're the backup quarterback. The starter rolls his ankle. And now you got to go in. Well, that defense is counting on you to have prepared, to have put in the work, to know the game plan, even though you may not even play. But now you've got to be ready because we all are impacted, right? We all take the L or we all celebrate the win. And so I think those are some of the things, but, supporting your teammates, being ready, extra effort, practicing each and every day, coming to work. We, in our game, unlike basketball and baseball, like you don't get to play 2 days later, or in baseball tomorrow, we get 12 opportunities. And anything you get after that is what you earn. So the 300 and something days in our world, like we get 12 days that we know we're going to get to play the game. All right. And so those other 300 and something days, we're just practicing and preparing and meeting and training and all those type of things. So, every single game is huge. So you have to treat practice. You have to create game habits at practice. You have to create that mindset you have to fall in love with that part of it. And I think great teammates, that's what they do. And then they help others people. They bring them along to have that same focus and perspective so that when you get to game day, you can just play. It's too late when the confetti flies. It's too late when the lights come on. Champions are made when nobody's watching. And great teammates, they help other people along the way, especially when nobody's watching. I think that's when you have the opportunity to be the best teammate.
I think that's what Clemson life is. I think there's great celebration and being part of that team because that team helps each other. They look out for each other. There's definitely their own culture of protection and safety and security and involvement. They're constantly together doing things. It's a wonderful community, and it's just a perfect setting to be able to have those kinds of experiences, which leads me to what you had mentioned earlier was about graduation from Clemson life. Frankie's in his second year. He's got 2 jobs, one at Yorpie, one at the Shepherd Hotel. And I know the Shepherd Hotel is something that I know you're very fond of and that you're a part of in creating it, naming it, all that stuff. South Carolina has, the University of South Carolina is going to have a Shepherd Hotel. And now that NC State has a life program, or whatever they're going to call it, because I'm not sure what they're going to call it yet, but they're prospecting property right now for a Shepherd Hotel in Raleigh. And it's an incredible, it's just incredible synergy, really. I mean, how it's all come together. It's a natural postgraduate job for Clemson Life students who graduate and want a job. Can you share a little bit about the Shepherd Hotel and what it's meant to you and your family?
Yeah, it is amazing. And I'm so thankful to be a part of it. Every time I drive by it or go by, you just can walk in there and you just feel like, it is so unique, and you can feel the love, you can feel the joy, you can feel the pride that everyone has in doing their job, and being a part of a team and using all the skills that they've acquired through their education. Just like anybody else that graduates college, you're ready to, go use your tools that you've been equipped with. And so the Shepherd Hotel, it's an amazing story how it all came about and all of that stuff. But it is, I think, something that 100 years from now, will still be going strong. And it's purpose driven. It's rooted in it's not just a for-profit business. It is rooted and built on purpose with core values, and every little detail was well thought out, and just such great intentions by the people there. But what it's done is it's really created synergy with the university, Clemson Life, the town, you name it. But it's created these postgraduate opportunities, and it is a natural thing. A lot of these kids, they want to stay in Clemson. They this and that. So it gives them opportunity, and also the Shepherd has so many areas. Not everybody's a quarterback. Not everybody catches the ball well. Not everybody is a linebacker. Not everybody's big enough to play left tackle, right? But in the game of football, football players come in all shapes and sizes, and there's all kind of unique jobs and abilities. And the Shepherd Hotel provides just all types of opportunities for the Clemson Life students to use their natural gifts. It could be there might be service, or it might be dealing hospitality. It could be in the restaurant part. There's so many things that they can do, and so it's just really fun to see them fulfill their purpose, and because they're coming out of graduation, they're so proud of what they've accomplished, and now it's awesome to see them have opportunity to continue that growth, to continue living, to continue and just setting the example for those to come behind them. And so it's really cool, purpose-driven hotel, boutique hotel, and I'm excited to be a part of it and know that there's going to be some other opportunities out there, as this thing continues to grow.